right, so this is Infrared episode 2, and we have on a special guest named Andrew.
Hello.
And we also have technical difficulties part 2, as you can see with Evan. No, I'm kidding. But, so, me and Andrew actually met in Donbass on the front line. No, I'm kidding. FBI, please. I would say I would introduce Andrew as a very interesting and underrated blogger and also tweeter.
Flattering. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, going back, I think sorry, hello? Someone say something? Yeah, I think actually the first time I saw, I think it was 2018. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That seems right.
Yeah, but what made you catch my attention was I saw one of your blog posts called Tanky Patchwork. I think that was the one. Yeah, that was the one. And I thought it was really creative and actually like really smart. I was like, wow, this guy's actually like, he gets it. He's onto something.
Yeah.
But the reason was because at that time I was like working theoretically on the significance of socialism in one country. Like, and that was after the Groys thing, that Total Art of Stalinism.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to like work through the significance of that kind of transition from an apparent, it's still internationalism, but an apparent kind of formless internationalism to socialism in one country. And my impression was that this idea of tanky patchwork, it's almost kind of like a logical conclusion in a way. You know, that was my impression at the time.
When I wrote that, I don't think I'd read that. I don't think I'd read Groys at all. I think when I wrote that, I was still. Oh, one second. Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry, I got allergies, so I'm like going to be hoarse and coughing and shit. But I remember when I wrote that, I was still deep, like neck deep, in fucking like accelerationist Twitter.
I remember that. Yeah, you act right or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I came on Twitter to follow like all my I followed Red Kahina, Nick Land, and Jehu back when he was on Twitter. Those were like somehow that was my political awakening, going from like a depressed, like art studenty nihilist type who wasn't actually at art school, wasn't community college. That was my background. But the Nets, Donbass, the Lugansk, that whole thing like captured my imagination in this huge way. Cause I'm like, holy shit, there's like little people's republics popping up.
That's crazy.
No.
Evan?
Voices.
Yo, we just heard you, man. Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh yeah.
Sorry about that.
No problem. But like the socialism in one country thing, I was thinking about that recently because I read a book. It was called like The Secret Diaries or The Secret Journal or something like that by I think this is Drew. I don't know those French things. La Rochelle. Is like,
yo, hold up, not to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucking crazy. You just mentioned. No, I'm retarded. I'm sorry. I thought you said LaRouche. Because I was actually...
No. I have been reading about LaRouche lately, too.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Really? Whoa, man.
Yeah.
Because I actually have it in my notes here to mention something about that when we get into where it's relevant, you know?
No, nice.
Yeah. That's fucking crazy, though, that you're actually reading LaRouche.
Yeah, well, I found this bizarre document looking for something else. It's called it's called like the Doctrines of Synarchism or something like that. And at first when I saw it, I was like, oh, is this like, I think there's like a Mexican fascist group that calls themselves like Synarchistas. And I was looking at it, and I was like, oh no, this is a LaRouche thing about a secret like French conspiracy of like the intellectual Victorian elite trying to rule France, and he connects the Soviet Union. It's amazing. As far as conspiracy shit goes.
That's like, we should get into that later because there's a lot about LaRouche that's like super interesting, you know? But, so you actually got into, so you said your awakening was pretty much, was it through mostly UAC and then Jehu and?
Yeah, it was, well, I was like, I would say for like a big chunk of my life, I would just say like totally like apolitical or whatever the fuck just your average American schmo is, was just a weird sort of like weird background shit. Like I remember like recently I was quarantining with my parents and I got drunk with my dad, which was nice. But he was like, oh, like your grandma, she was close to Malcolm X and blah blah blah. Like there's all like this like family like lineage of more interesting, more politically involved people in the background.
Yeah.
So like when I started like reading Lenin and shit like that, I'm like, oh no, this makes sense. This doesn't seem completely insane and out of left field or anything. But
so yeah. You had sorry.
But basically like 2017, I'm like, okay, things matter. Maybe I should read books that aren't just like sci-fi paperbacks and like bullshit French stuff. Let's try and understand the world, I guess.
Yeah, but that's so it kind of sounds to me that you started more as like an artist.
Yeah, I want to be an artist. There's like loads of shit out there that I made in the past and like failed like really miserably and then got into this.
But something I find interesting about you in general is that I don't know if I told you this before, but I think you have like a special sixth sense that not a lot of people have, which is like an aesthetic one. And people underestimate how important that is, even when it comes to politics. I'm not talking about like that as the aesthetic, is the highest, whatever. But I'm just saying it may not be the highest and most important reality, but it's one step closer to real content, I would argue.
Yeah.
Like, how Benjamin says fascism is the aestheticization of politics, and communism is basically that the aesthetic isn't the true content of class struggle. But what I would argue is that the aesthetic is closer and more proximate to that real content of class struggle than this kind of I hate the word rationalistic because it's technically not correct, but you get what I mean by that, right? This kind of like Ben Shapiro, the axioms that we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I was gonna say all over Utah, there's like Black Lives Matter posters that have like definitions of what a straw man is, or like different like, logical fallacies. And I was thinking like they're trying in a way. I was like, this is so stupid. But the other part was like, I've met so many like, weird little Ben Shapiro-y guys here. Maybe that's smart.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that's it's actually smart. Because that's a thing where people try to frame this. No, this is politics. This isn't this isn't aesthetic. This is real.
But then, like, as opposed to that, like when it comes to a correct aesthetic sense, and I think that should be revived. This idea of that aesthetic isn't just appearances, because there used to be, you know what I mean? Like in the 19th century, the word aesthetic meant something a lot deeper than what it is today. But yeah, I mean. It's like that, as opposed to that kind of stuff you're talking about, where you got to like explain all this bullshit. When it comes to real, effective aesthetic, you just show it and people understand. People just fucking get it. That's why I found you so interesting, because this is like, you may not, be justifying everything you do in terms of this kind of rational explanation, but it's like it just seems like you pretty much get it.
Yeah. I think to connect 2 points, like the La Rochelle thing, 2 things from him. La Rochelle, he was this fascist collaborator, French writer. He's like one of the most popular French writers, and then he went full on fascist. And then later was a Stalinist, right before he, I think, took cyanide or some shit, whatever. But I read his book, his like last diary, and in that he talks sort of about like he writes like almost a confession. Where he's like, why did I become a collaborator? And he talks about like the aesthetic of political involvement was what he was desperately after. And then he like wrote in his diary, he's like, I wasn't actually after political involvement. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. He's like, but I did want to get my feet dirty because I wanted to position myself in history among people, among like struggling masses. I wanted to feel that I was like a part of history. And in a funny way, I felt like the not getting your hands dirty but getting your feet dirty is almost the heart of Twitter, where you can like, you can declare your position but not actually do anything, which has its appeal, I think, for everyone in a way.
Yeah.
But the other thing where he talked about just the lure of the aesthetic, the lure of the image that something is being created. I want to be a part of what is being created. I think that's such a huge fucking part of politics and why people are drawn to different politics that gets left out so much. You can't just, it's Like, I went to this fucking symposium thing for the school I'm in, and there was this author who was really he was good, he was interesting, but he was reading this book he'd written about like Weimar Germany, and like it's a book about like various communists and leftists who'd been killed towards the very end of Weimar Germany, got rounded up or shot. And he's like, we need to have this like modernist vision where it's like, the modernists could see everything happening like, it's like simultaneous. It's like all this shit, so we can see and make a decision. I'm like, that's great. What's the decision you want to make from this view? And he's like, well, I just want to kind of offer this view. And that, I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's just a book. But before he'd been talking about, he contrasted this with like Trump and Charlottesville and all this shit. And I was thinking, like, yeah, he keeps talking about the popularity of Trump, and he wants to counter it, I guess, with this vision. But it seems completely stupid, because the whole like strength of Trump is that he has a vision. It's one tunnel vision. It's just like, yeah, here's your simultaneous view, and I built this stupid gold tower on it, and I'm standing atop it, pointing to where we need to go, and you follow me, and everyone's like, oh, thank God, someone's telling me what to do. They're not just saying, I have this vision and this openness that you can revel in and enjoy, and you can have these free. So yeah, I'm kind of rambling, but that's like the heart, I think, of what I'm obsessed with in general. Is like, you can't just offer this free floating view. We've all grown up in it. We're all living in it all the fucking time, and it's driving us insane. And unfortunately, people like Trump, or maybe Rouge, who offer a vision, can really prosper in that environment.
Yeah, I think in Lacanese, Lacanian jargon of psychoanalysis, the way I would put that is that what you're kind of describing is kind of just like this empty sphere of the imaginary, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Where the kind of symbolic is kind of taken for granted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think what you're talking about, contrasting that to Trump and his appeal, is that Trump's aesthetic, and this is important, right? This is why the aesthetic isn't the ultimate and most high reality, is that his aesthetic is kind of grounded or glued by the signifier, by like a new signifier, and that's kind of how I look at it to distinguish it. Like when it comes to, I think the way, not to ramble on and get into this, but like the way I distinguish the significance of the signifier is that, as opposed to the imaginary, is because a lot of people intuitively think it's a rationalistic thing. It's like the signifier is just a self-referential axiom, but that's actually not what it is. What the signifier is it's a kind of it's a deeper unity, or unity that is beyond aesthetic form, which is just the consistency of appearance. But it deals with this issue of it's almost like the consistency of an inconsistency, the contradiction that underlies appearance itself, appearance and non-appearance. It's like it begins from somewhere, like where something begins and ends in the aesthetic, that very kind of cycle or circuit. I think that's how I interpret that is the signifier. It's what gives rise to the significance of images. I don't know. It kind of doesn't make that much sense. The way I put it.
No, that kind of. I was thinking it kind of reminds me of Groy's definition of modern art, where he's like, if it's art, it's because it's a paradox, because it is two images having their equality declared in this paradoxical way. He's like, that is what we define as like modern art, and if it does not have that, we do not consider it modern art.
Yeah.
It has to be like a paradoxical, equalizing, leveling object.
Yeah, and there's also a significance of Groy's, which I'm really surprised a lot of Lacan enthusiasts didn't really pick up on, is that his book, The Communist Postscript, which I worshipped that book back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm a little bit, I still like it a lot though, but not a lot of people really made that leap in association that what Groys is talking about language as the site of the communist collectivity as opposed to money. It's like, how do people not see the connection to Lacan when he says that,
No. I've read zero Lacan. It is entirely secondhand or third hand or fourth hand. But there's like that little book. I love The Communist Postscript. I need to reread it. I've only read it.
And I love the book itself too. Like I have the physical copy because I I love how it's, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's like it made it a little red square. It's like a little Malevich painting. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love it. I love everything about it.
Yeah. But like, there's Derrida. There's there's something wonderful. He used all this like French theory shit, and I read an old review when it came out where someone accused him of like, is this like a big elaborate like French theory style joke? And I was wondering. I was like, oh, is it? And then I was reading his interviews, and I was like, no, this actually just seems to be Groys. He seems to basically be like, no, dictatorship of language is what we need and is also inevitable. Seems to be his view.
He's one of the few people that are beyond irony. You know.
Yeah.
It's like you can be before irony in a sense where it's like you can just be subject to irony and like you don't get the joke or whatever. You can be someone who just purely dwells in irony, you know, like mocking the first naive person, or you can be someone like Royce who's just he's in the 13th dimension, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's fantastic. I became like a Royce like obsessive like early this year where I'm just like, oh, I now have to read like everything he's ever written in English.
Yeah.
I have to do it. It's all fucking rewarding as I dig through.
Yeah. But that it's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, you know, I don't know. I'm not to speak for everyone here because I don't know for sure, but I think to extrapolate, I think most people who started out, just the idea of communism, I like it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's interesting to me. It was through. It was through aesthetic, you know. It was through music. It was through the imagery, and what you mentioned is really interesting with La Rochelle, because we are uniquely endowed, you know, in the 2020 with the ability to view the Soviet Union or even China and all these kind of 20th century communistic phenomena for the first time with that same kind of significance. La Rochelle endowed to the Vichy regime, like. You know what I mean by that? Like it's taken an aesthetic form in a unique way, precisely because it's in the past.
Yeah, Groys like writes about that a lot in a really fascinating way. Like at the end of Communist Postscript, he says, if we look at the Soviet Union as a piece of art, it's to be a piece of art, it has to be finished. It's finished, therefore it's a piece of art. But it also means it's therefore repeatable endlessly. Yeah. Which ominously, you know, he says is true of every other regime ever. Everything becomes a repeatable form that can just be sort of applied endlessly. So there is a weird sense where by being this aesthetic object, it now gains this new possibility as something, I don't know, almost like a kit you can put together. Because he said in Russia you could see how capitalism was set. He's like, we saw how capitalism could be completely artificially installed, like you're installing a fridge. You're like, yes, now you have a market and a bank, and it does this and this and this, and now you're a capitalist country. Congratulations. So there's something weirdly inspiring. He manages to turn the complete collapse into something actually incredibly inspiring, very strange way.
Exactly. And I was just going to get to that. Like, I mean, if you look at it in this kind of abstract intellectual way with, you know, subtracting from a materialist analysis, you could tell in the Soviet Union after maybe the 60s, 70s, the Brezhnev era, there was something missing, right? And I think another way of looking at that something missing was that there was a missing sense of objectivity. There was a missing objectivity. There was a missing an objectivity almost in the sense of like that which the inner striving of the Soviet people could look towards. And I think maybe I'm kind of fumbling with words. A good comparison would be the Cultural Revolution in China at the same time. There was this kind of sense of a higher striving and a higher purpose, like in the Little Red Books and in this new significance of the Mao cult of personality. But it's almost as though the searching for this object was completed after the collapse because the Soviet Union was able to be posited as a whole as this kind of object. And that's why I think there's something really powerful about that today. The way in which people look at the Soviet past opens up possibilities or realities that weren't possible during the existence of the Soviet Union.
Yeah. There's several things that sort of brings to mind. One, to sort of self-advertise an early blog post. I think the one I wrote right before that, the Tanky Patchwork one, going way back. I listened to this bizarre, inane talk by Jonathan Bowden, whatever, now dead fascist guy. I stumbled on it because I was trying to read about Stuart Home, who was like some artist, some leftist artist. But I ended up listening to this bizarre fucking talk by this fascist who was giving it like a pub in the UK. Everyone's got these great accents. It's very entertaining. But there's a part where he says like the Soviet Union is dead, but Marxism is alive. And he's like, and it's dangerous. And he's like, has like this angry rant about how because the Soviet Union is dead in a way, all this sort of like the sort of Chomsky types who celebrated its end.
Oh man!
Can now though he felt in a funny way can now operate with a level of like legitimacy they didn't have before. It's like all leftism is now actually in the West has a legitimacy that it didn't have before because there's no longer this enemy behind it. And Groys talks about he said something where he's like. He's like Western leftists want to take communism out of its like Siberian, home, and take it to a warmer climate. And you do see that where it's like there's where are they going with that? There's like a type of the Soviet Union can now like once you get past like 2 disclaimer sentences, you can then write an essay on why the Soviet Union was good, which I think is hilarious. In 2017, when they were doing the all the anniversary stuff. I saw there was like New York Times articles, which shocked me. Where someone was like, "Yeah, like first paragraph, bad, everything's bad, everything's a gulag, blah blah blah." Rest of the article is just like healthcare was a good idea, socialized education was a good idea, regulation was a good idea. It was just hilarious to see that.
During the 100th anniversary, I was so depressed and like pretty much just ashamed. And I just shut myself from the internet until it passed. I don't want to see what anyone has to say. Like. Just this idea of seeing what the fucking New York Times has to say, like it was, I don't know, it was really sad for me, like, cause I was always thinking, because I got introduced to this kind of stuff. Well, I was always stupid before, so learning probably began in 2014, but probably it's been 10 years as of now since I've been introduced to Marxism, pretty much. And it's like 2017, the 100th anniversary. It's like I never expected much, but it's just kind of surreal for me seeing that just pass. It's like, wow, that's depressing.
It's I feel like in a funny way, we're all gonna have to get more and more embarrassed every day as we go into the future, just because everything is embarrassing. But also in a way, any political project that is growing or any sort of like there's like any interest in these things like leftism is a pathetic, disgusting husk, but Marxism is, well, I don't know, growing just in the fact I can say in Utah it's fucking bizarre being here where you meet people. It's like, I started reading Marx today, I started reading Lenin today, it seemed like the thing to do. Like I saw someone say online, so I started. It seems to make sense, and I'm like, that's something. You're something.
You're 100% right. Yeah. Back in 2010, when I was in high school, like I was the biggest weirdo, and it was so like, it was so marginal. It was so marginal. But there's something I think, and I wonder what your thoughts on this are. I always thought I've come to realize for me that there's something peculiar about Western leftism, obviously compared to the rest of the world, right? And I've come to see a lot of this newfound interest in communism or whatever, or Marxism that exists in the West is just a kind of Satanism, pretty much. It's just a kind of like they're not actually really about it, but it's just like the maximal way to rebel against the conservative parents.
Yes. I bought a book. God, I'm so ashamed I bought it. It's so fucking expensive. There's a book called Fun and Terrifying. That came out by, I can't remember, Fabrizio Ferreni? It's got a great name. Something like that. It's a book on National Bolshevism, Dugin, Damir Novikov. It's on the whole 90s sort of art scene in Russia. And Groys gets the tiniest mention. Apparently he was hated by those people. They're all like rival art cliques, which is kind of fun to think about. But there's a part where he describes sort of the where National Bolshevism and where these political parties came out of in Russia, and he said they came out of Bohemian art circles, and he describes what these circles are like. And as I was reading it, I was like, holy fuck, I know people just like this. Where he's described it these are young Soviet people. So how do they rebel? Well, fascism is the worst thing you can be in the Soviet Union. It is it's the ultimate enemy, even more than capitalism at this point. So they all start dressing up as fucking Nazis, and they talk about Dugin called himself Hans Sievers, which was after some obscure Nazi. they start reading books on religion. Any religion's fine. Islam, Christianity, anything is fine because it's all rebellious because you're not supposed to be religious. On and on and on. But they aestheticize it and they build it. And there was an interview with one of them where he's like, I was like a teenager sitting in my room listening to the radio, and some Soviet ambassador was on talking about world peace. And he's like, and the hypocrisy and stupidity of it, he said, gave me a zoological hatred of this country and everything about it. And from then on, he was like, I must be whatever is opposite. And I feel like a lot of American leftists, and I'll say this myself, at a certain point felt a zoological hatred for America. Where I was just like, I cannot stand this filth, this stupid, hypocritical, idiotic, everything. And so like, well, what's the opposite? What's the worst thing you can be in America? Well, it's a commie.
Yeah.
It's a communist.
You know,
and then you... Sorry, and then, like, sorry, I'm just gonna ramble on real quick. And then you can draw on like me and other people I've met. And I'm like, oh yeah. And then you've got little bits of family history, maybe where there's a little communism working in the background, and you can sort of fool yourself because in America, having family history of anything, having some blood connection, always sort of intensifies it, which I find hilarious. It's sort of ironic when you think of something like communism, which I mean, it makes sense, but it's also slightly ironic. But sorry, I'm rambling like crazy.
No problem at all, man. It's good energy. It's really good energy, you know?
Yeah. I think bohemian art scene is how he described how National Bolshevism emerged. And I think that's what we're seeing again. And in a funny way, it almost made me hopeful because I'm like, this is, again, embarrassing and stupid and ridiculous. But it became a force for a while in Russian politics. I'm like, you know what? In America, maybe it's good we have a bohemian leftism emerging again. Maybe something will come of it.
Well,
maybe.
I think there's a few. I think I would point out a few differences though, but I see what you're saying. You know, getting into I did actually kind of want to get a little bit into that when we talked about your travels to Russia later.
Oh yeah.
But regarding National Bolshevism, but what I'll say now is that I think a lot of that, from what I'm getting, is that it wasn't a way to preserve this Soviet Union.
No, not at all.
Well, I would think it was because, to me, this identification with, preserve it after its collapse.
Mm.
Because this identification with Nazism, in a way, right? I think within the Soviet Union, obviously this is a point of collective trauma, right? Nazism represented something impossible, not only at this kind of deep national level, but also even in terms of Marxism-Leninism. Nazism was a scandal. It wasn't something, well, maybe we shouldn't say Marxism-Leninism, but within traditional Marxism, the possibility of something like fascism was just unthinkable, right? So I always interpreted that their identification with that was in a way to kind of conquer the impossible, in a sense.
Yeah.
You know, like to wear as a kind of suit of armor the very thing that is the most unthinkable, the most like the Achilles heel of Russia, pretty much.
Yeah, to identify completely with the enemy at the same time.
Yeah.
There's like a essay on them I saw ages ago which said like they were the party of general extremity, where they identified with the fight itself, including the enemy. So they identified completely with the Nazis and completely with the Soviet soldiers fighting them. It's that they said like, yes, both are good.
Yeah.
Like we just continually say about everything, both are good.
Yeah. But one difference I'll say though is that, you know, in the U.S. a lot of the leftism and the interest in Marxism, I think the difference between that bohemian stuff you're talking about and here is that there it seems to me like that bohemian stuff came as a product of institutional collapse. And so it was almost a kind of ground up phenomena, right? Like you mentioned the interest in religion, that they were, you know, I think this was pretty much a way of exhuming the kind of the repressed mystical essence that was really there all along, even during the Soviet Union's time. But it was something that was kind of ground up in this unprecedented way.
They did have state funding sometimes, bizarrely.
I understand that, but it's like, I see American leftism as more a kind of extension of the current institutional powers. You know what I mean? But like it's a way that they think will allow them to prevent an inevitable institutional collapse.
Yes.
And that's why I think there is a grain of truth in the accelerationist argument, which I'm not an accelerationist, but there's a grain of truth in this idea that we have this kind of security system, so to speak, this institutions, which represent the vestige of liberal democracy, and that leftism is a kind of reaction against this inevitable collapse. And I definitely see that in the U.S. I mean, especially when we think about leftism in terms of like the DSA, for example, you know, like you can see how that's the case in relation to the collapse of the Democratic Party, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a what's that phrase that Dugin uses and Schmidt and those people, the Catahan, you know, the thing that's supposed to like stall the apocalypse.
We were just talking about that in the earlier, in the Discord.
The DSA is like the Democratic Party Catahans trying to stall the apocalypse of complete collapse of like liberal respectability. And I would just say in academia, it's totally trying to preserve itself. And most people who are leftists who meet are trying to preserve these existing institutions. But I think there's something America. Yeah, this is. I totally agree, and I also would say this is why I also see the backlash, like from myself and from other people I've met who are like sort of nudging into academia, but don't like it. Don't trust the institutions. It's just we just want the money, basically.
That's what I'm saying. Like any other aspects. Yeah, that's no. So I'd always say like if you. You know, it's not like a personal thing where, like, if you're in academia, you're a shill. No, it's you got to get money. But my issue, I mean, even if you're not being paid by the institutions, it's worse to it's worse to not be paid and still defend them in your theory.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm talking about, pretty much. Like, there's freelance people who are the biggest shills of the establishment, right? Who aren't necessarily connected monetarily, but yet they're the biggest kind of, you know. This biggest scum because they do it for free, you know. If you get paid a little bit, I could forgive you.
Yeah, because like in a funny way, academia is just like a welfare for just like a certain type of people. It's like I hate being in a normal fucking office, but I can sit around and read and kind of get a little money. And if you read on the Fun and Terrifying thing, the Nazgul book, reading about them, it's like a lot of them are like academics or in some sort of vague Soviet office, again, just trying to get paid, trying to get a little bit of money. Well, and then farther out, you had what Dugin called the schizoids, which were the true weirdos who they're kind of, you know, worshipping and like trying to draw a little energy from. I don't know who those would be. And
I think most people would consider me like a schizo, pretty much. I think like I sound normal and shit right now, but like the things I say are right. People would be like, "Yeah, this guy's a fucking." He's just a schizo, whatever.
That's why I liked your Twitter presence. I was like, oh, wow, this guy is just like incredibly intense, just nonstop with like every post. I was like, this is great.
When I get into arguments, yeah. Yeah, I have this schizo thing where it's like, I guess, where it's like, whenever someone's like, I'm beefing with someone, it's always like, but I gotta say something, you know? It's kind of immature. But that's why I don't really, you know, tweet that much or engage in hostile behaviors on Twitter, because I know you're gonna have to, you know, when you declare war, you gotta, you know what I mean?
You gotta try and win.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm a peaceful man now, but fuck, I almost lost. The whole institutional thing. Well, did you know that, you know, even the very first revolutionaries in early modernity were nobles, right? The people rebelling. A lot of people don't know this shit because, you know, I'm one of those people who thinks all Marxists since probably Stalin, since Mao, maybe, let's say that, or let's just say Western Marxists, right? All Western Marxism to me is like it's wrong. Like it's a really broad, but even from Lukács and everything, it's like they got it wrong pretty much. I'm one of those people who just really heterodox with regard to my understanding of Marxism. But you'd think that it was the mercantile classes that were the real revolutionaries, for example, in the English Civil War, but actually it was the feudal, supposedly feudal remnants, right? It was landowners, right, big or small, were more likely to be rebellious than the big mercantile classes. And not a lot of people know that. The big mercantile classes supported the absolutists because they benefited from it, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a fucking fascist, this whole thing. It was the books I keep bringing up. But Wyndham Lewis has an amazing book called The Art of Being Ruled, which I highly recommend because it's you can get it for free. It's a PDF, but it's fucking bizarre. But he has this whole history he lays out where he says, like, class society, which he, like, talks about the history of the UK, and then he contrasts that with Sorel, with Marxism and with Lenin, and utopian socialism, and then contrasts those things from each other. But he has this claim, which I've seen a few times from weird right wingers, but he seems to think it's fine, where he's like, class society is mercantile, it's semi-feudal, it's all these different things, but it's basically a sort of liberal Anglo thing. He's like, and then he said from the East you have communism, which is always from the East, even if it's actually communism. Which I thought, well, that's an interesting definition. And he says, like, they are trying to bring back. He thought he's trying to bring back caste. Is what he felt. He said, once you have destroyed class, you then have caste, and then you have professions marrying one another, and you have syndicalism is basically very similar to the Indian caste system, because the Indian caste system is based on it's very profession based. It's very sort of almost guild based, and he's basically saw two splinters of feudalism fighting. Is sort of how he seems to describe it, and it's kind of fascinating. This sort of heretical view he has of it.
That's a really that's crazy, because one of my unpublished things is about class and caste. Like, one of the things for me is that Marxists don't know how to distinguish those things. They think it's the same thing, but it's not. But it's also really woke. Like, I don't think communism is caste, per se. But in terms of that, what caste represent, which is this kind of intertwinement of the political and the economic, one of the things people don't understand is that, in a sense, it's not the return of caste per se, but this whole thing about the East versus the Anglo-West, it's all right up my alley pretty much. And that this notion of, I don't call it caste, and I don't call it monarchy, but these things represent, one of the things, I'm saying a lot of the weird shit because I don't put a lot of things in public. One of the ideas I have is this idea of lost enlightenment, or what is the word I gave to it? Mongol universality. And my basic idea is that thus far only one kind of universality, real contender to like universality that gives rise to modernity, was the Western kind, right? Which emerged in maybe we can say Renaissance Italy, the Protestant Reformation, and so on. But I argue that in parallel to this, there was a similar kind of universality, is antipodal, but in the same league in terms of how transformative it was, giving rise to something parallel to modernity. I mean, that was emerging in King China. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong. In Russia, in Mughal India, in the Ottomans and the Safavids. All of these post-Mongol states, which were multi-ethnic and often multi-religious, and a parallel universality, I argue, was emerging there that you could say was could be said to rival the let's call it the Anglo-Saxon kind, because that's the culmination of it, and that communism in a way is more on the side of this Mongol universality. It's not so much on the side, but it's a remembrance of that kind of universality that was forgotten by the modern kind. It's the unity of both. It's not one-sided, but it brings back something that was lost, and that's why I call it. Well, that's a really short rundown of the whole idea, but it's kind of
I've seen some like Dugin famously, some of his stuff is this like weird mystical posturing, but sometimes when he does talk about actual history and actual like Russian history, he will say like, and yeah, Russia has been a gigantic multi-ethnic empire for a very long time. There is a Mongol influence to this idea of a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that basically has an answer to national questions. And like Vince Garten on Twitter, who is one of the first people I met back in ACT Twitter, but who has had a strange and fascinating transformation into sort of Catholic tanky, to speak for him. But he wrote this he translated this essay by a Chinese theorist who's big right now.
I saw the Vince Garten thing. Yeah, I saw it.
He was talking about empire basically is like the big tent of multiple cultures, multiple, even like almost modes of production. He's talking about like you can have a barbarous, nomadic tribe was in the zones of the empire. The same way you have the centralized city, you have this wider thing.
And that's an important thing, is like what Marx called, people don't really get this, what Marx called the Asiatic mode of production, which is actually the kind of supposed Achilles heel. And I wouldn't call it that, but it is a kind of exception in Marx's scheme. And I think there's a reason for that, is because what he was describing wasn't just arbitrary. Oh, all of Asia is the same. It's the same, so to speak, because they were all similar as being these post-Mongol gunpowder.
Yeah.
Like all the examples Marx gives of the Asiatic mode of production are these specific, not just random, non-Western, but specific determinate kinds of historical formations.
Yeah. I feel like in the West, that's been sort of mythologized and weaponized in a funny way. Like I've seen sometimes those quotes more from right-wingers than from left, because you can combine that with like the whole Asian despotism shit, where they took like hydraulic empires. And I took like a fucking 10-10 class. I'm an Asian undergrad. Okay, I'm actually gonna go like non-trade school. I'm gonna go to school. So I took this class and we were reading like Pericles' speech after like victory over like the Persians or whatever, and I was amazed. I was like, you could have written this in the 80s. Like it's this thing where he's like, there's beautiful Greece, democratic, free, Western, and then there's this barbarous East, slavish, and centralized around their evil empire, and blah 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 blah. I was like, this is amazing. This has been quoted and deployed, and seems to be such an undercurrent of culture. Like I want to know. This is something I want to read more about.
Yeah.
History.
No, I mean it's crazy because you're right. It is a kind of right wing thing, but like the perspective I'm coming from is like almost intuitively. Like I always think, wait, if this is a forgotten thing, then that means it's been forgotten. It has some value, and that's why like even for me when I read about Rome and Carthage, like to me, Carthage represents a forgotten civilization that was probably a contender to Rome. I don't want to ramble, but like people talk about. You ever read Michael Parenti's his Julius Caesar book? You ever heard of it?
Just a little bit. I just know of it.
Okay, you know of it. Yeah, it's interesting. Hannibal was similar to Caesar in that regard, as being more democratic and all this. So it's really this idea of lost enlightenment. I guess it goes kind of far.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
In a funny way, this connects us to aesthetics and Dugin and LaRouche and conspiracy and stuff too. Because
I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt. Keep that train of thought. All right, so continue what you're saying.
All right. To sort of connect this idea of like lost enlightenment to like some other topics, I think that is a part of aesthetics and part of the appeal of. It's like how like with fucking. It's like I think everything goes to advertisements in a funny way. Just like the psychology of advertisement is sort of. They really cut so brutally deep into what we are and how we like see things. Where it's like when you see an ad. It's not just fucking I don't know a car. It's a tradition. It's a history. It's this. It's that. It's a secret. And you gotta uncover it by driving it and buying it. But the same is true as politics. Like part of Dugin's whole appeal is that he grew so fast is he said, he came up with a whole mythos, a whole lost history. You have to research to understand the true metaphysical heart.
That is Sorry.
And with Marxism too, you have to go back in the text where it's like, well, read Marx here and read his letters, and then sometimes people are like, well, read Benjamin if you really want to understand. You have to have this history and this tradition and this lineage isn't just the wealth of the actual information and the actual content and the actual good shit. It's also just the aesthetic of there is something to be rediscovered, something to be uncovered, something that we can dust off, reuse, and then hopefully a weapon will be found. It's almost like a mythic thing, the hero's got to go in the fucking cave and find a sword and shit. It sounds like Jordan Peterson. But it is that sort of basic psychology of like, ooh, maybe there's shit here I can use. And that is also conspiracy, though. That's what like draws you in, because you're like, ooh, maybe he does have something. He's got some hidden secret enlightenment that's been, distorted or like stuffed away.
Wow, man, that's woke shit, man. You are with us on the 13th really dimension. Yeah, because like connecting it to the conspiracy thing, like that's woke shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's up the same alley. But I wanted to say, I think even more what the reason Dugin, I think maybe I sound like Dugin a lot, probably.
It's hard not to sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, spontaneously, I do. And when I read him, I understand what he's saying, I don't agree with, obviously, the main thrust of what he's all about.
Oh, yeah.
I think Heidegger is actually the common lineage. Because Heidegger is the one who came up with this idea of the other beginning. Because Heidegger's idea was like, and it's really, the Heidegger pill is like really big to swallow. And not a lot of people, but for him, it's like it begins in ancient Greece, right, with the idea, right? And for Heidegger, it's about establishing another beginning, right? But the reason I'm talking about a Heidegger pill is like because Heidegger, he inadvertently, he didn't know it himself. He's kind of buffoon a little bit, but he opened up this. He pretty much opened up the possibility of non-Eurocentric, decolonial. Even he strengthened Marxism in a sense, inadvertently.
Yeah.
But yeah. I won't go too down that rabbit hole. But one thing I did want to say about this whole like flirting with fascism, you know, I think you can already see if this gets attention, probably not, but easily I'm already canceled, right? For just saying these things, or you're probably canceled for just saying these things, you know. But the way I look at it is that I'm a very conservative, very orthodox Marxist, even Marxist-Leninist, right? And the last one we left off on was Mao, so Maoist, right? No, I am a pretty conservative, you know, Maoist, pretty much. But the difference between me and other Western Maoists, I would say, is that I recognize it's almost a kind of Kantian difference with how Kant defined the Enlightenment. It's like this is almost a kind of formal, not formal, but it's a concrete, determinate position, Maoism, right? That's why I think Marxism, the Westerners don't understand Marxism, Leninism in terms of its objective significance. They only endowed with this kind of subjective romanticism, you know, that must constantly be at war with the entire world. They don't see that Marxism, Leninism, it has an objective significance. It's out there. It's established, pretty much, right? You don't have to wear it on your, you don't have to like wield it like a sword and keep cutting people with it. And this, like, I don't want to talk shit to Austin Red Guards. Please don't attack me, please. Sorry. All right, anyway. But that's why I can flirt with all these, like Wyndham Lewis. It goes without saying that you can find these people interesting, and you can look at the wealth of what Lenin called the wealth of all of mankind, because you don't confuse that for your objective kind of determinate concrete position. You know what I mean? You just see in these things a way to clarify and deepen your existing position.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think in a way we also live in horrifically fascist times, just on a million levels. So reading the thinkers of it, you're like, oh, okay, maybe that's why we do what we do.
And that's another thing about this, what I was talking about earlier, with it, Marxism was so unprepared for the possibility of something like fascism. People don't really realize in Marx and Engels' day, they would be called fascists probably by today's liberals, because people don't understand all of this was just called socialism. It's in the Communist Manifesto. You had reactionary socialism, you had feudal socialism, all these kinds of different things. Fascism is just a form of non-Marxist socialism. Oh, and that's why the attitude of Marxists should not be this really neurotic kind of chicken shit liberalism, which is scared of it, and like to the point where it becomes this thing where it's like, you know, just even mentioning Dugin means you're canceled or something. The whole point of Marxism is that you must fight them. Yes, it's a big struggle and so on, but in the last and final instance, fascism is a vanity. It will always fail. You know what I mean? It's always going to be a failed socialism. The whole point of Marxism is that it recognized an objective significance of what was called socialism that came before Marx. Like the whole point of Marxism was like, it is stronger socialism, pretty much. Like it scientific socialism means socialism that can win, victorious socialism. Does that kind of make sense?
Oh yeah. I think too it was like fascism too has such a sort of, it's a sort of like mutant Fordism as well. Because like when you read about Italy at the end of World War I, they're one of the least industrialized, least advanced in a lot of ways European countries. And so you can sort of, yes, they had Turin, which had these huge factories, but that's it. The rest of the country was not very advanced, and you can kind of like compare it to Russia at the time. You can look and see, and they felt slighted. You have the same history of basically feeling like they've lost the war, revanchism, all these different things, the need to advance, the need to compete with the UK and America. And to try and quickly fucking organize people to build wealth, build power, build prestige, build everything fast and fast and fast. So you can see how, it's all sort of developmentalism. Yeah. It's all this rush, and the ideology is kind of like, shit, we got to justify these very real economic demands. And with, I was going to say, oh shit, this is the lack of caffeine kicking in. Shit. Okay. Kojev had letters with Schmidt. They sent back and forth, which are fascinating. One also because they keep missing each other via train, and it's kind of funny. But Kojev was invited by Schmidt to give a speech in Germany, which he gave, I think it's like 1965 maybe, and he says he's just talking about Marx and Ford, and that's where he has this infamous line where he's like, Ford is the most consistent Marxist of the 20th century, which Gramsci said really similar things too, as did Stalin and a lot
he
of
was
like
hugely popular. Not to interrupt, but hugely popular in the Soviet Union. Like they had pictures of Ford in factories in the early Soviet Union.
Yeah, that's why in that book that satire, their religion is just called Fordism. Like they just worship Saint Ford, and Saint Taylor. But he says he's like Marx. He said, and I think he's basically thinking that a lot of Western Marxists he feels are romantics, and he said are just like nothing, because he said like the capitalists in the West reacted to Marxism. They reacted to all of these things and sort of simulated socialism through Ford. This is the 60s, and you could definitely say that was confidence back then, as you see these cities, some of which are starting to become racially integrated in America, like fucking Detroit, where it's not a fucking utopia by any means, but you're starting to see black workers with spending power, black workers having the same sort of, shit that the white workers were starting to have, right? Or, you had the myth of the middle class, of the nice comfort with Kojev just called animal life, was really getting going. And then he felt that socialism in the Soviet Union was actually capitalism being simulated. He's like, they had to simulate early capitalism fucking fast, as we all know famously, the 5-year plans, the building, the industrial power. He's like, this is capitalism in its truest, earliest sense that Marx is describing.
Like
he's like, but they call primitive accumulation, but they're calling it socialism. And here we have, he said, a form of crude socialism, but we're calling it capitalism. He's like, we're also trying to simulate and sort of justify economic development, increased standard of living to shut everyone up. He's like, what he seemed to think was the goal of civilization when it was civilized. And you have a sense that fascism is another attempt to build, and shut everyone the fuck up. It's all sort of this similar desire, this 20th century like rush.
One of my really heterodox like ideas that no one would really accept except me. You have to be schizo. Like I call this a big red pill, right? One of my ideas is that Marxism was not a critique of capitalism; it was the first critique of communism, and that communism actually is something that has or socialism, whatever, it has an objective significance, and that following with this idea, this theme, specifically Engels, but both Marx and Engels' prediction, so to speak, of the inevitability of socialism. Engels' prediction in particular of the inevitability of post-war socialism. Like my idea is that they anticipated this and they were the first ones to critique it. And that's that's the only significance of Marxism. It's not to introduce socialism, but to see something that is inevitable and clarify it, But anyway, the prediction that socialism would ultimately be victorious, like my heterodox idea is that it was actually 100% right. And that all these things you're talking about, it's not so much a simulation of socialism. It is actually socialism in a sense.
Yeah. I can agree with
that. So Fordism, for example, is an example of this, because I think if you're not too autistic about it, maybe it's not a good word. Socialism just kind of means this politicization of the economic sphere, right? Yeah. Like Marx identified capitalism, which was untouched in the British liberal laissez-faire, whatever. And for the first time, the sphere of the forces of productions, the relations of productions, becomes politically relevant in this unprecedented way, and that is something that that happened, and that but then this question is like, but how did it happen that capitalism persisted? Well, I think the whole point is that so Lacan, I'm sorry to ramble, but Lacan says Marx was the first one to identify what he calls the symptom. What Marx is describing in Capital, for example, is not so much a consistent, self-enclosed system like all these people, endnotes, capital, this. I don't buy any of that, pretty much. All this talk of capital does this. Like, to me, Marx identified some kind of symptom, or if you want, you can also say it's an illness, something wrong, some kind of contradiction, right? And you don't necessarily have to dogmatically say, oh, this is capitalism versus this is socialism. You can almost say, like, socialism did win, but at the same time, the same symptom identified by Marx in Capital has persisted. So if you want to call that capitalism or socialism, it doesn't really matter, because the fundamental thing Marx discovered its relevance has endured, you know? But then with regard to the primitive accumulation and Soviet socialism, it's so interesting because this goes back to what you were talking about with Wyndham Lewis. Like this idea that communism is a return to another word for this kind of, let's say, I don't like the word at all, but caste society, right? Or at least monarchical society. I like to call it determinate universality as opposed to the liberal kind. Determinate universality, right? Another word for that is primitive accumulation, right? I mean, even Putin compared Stalin, because he's annoyed about all these Westerners keep talking about Stalin. He said, well, didn't you have Oliver Cromwell? British, you know, so
Cromwell was popular in the Soviet Union, too. He was considered to be very, like in schools, he was taught as a progressive figure.
Yeah.
There's essays on him by, I think Engels wrote on him, and I think Trotsky was a big Cromwell fan.
Yeah, well, Trotsky, of course he is, because he sees what he did to those Irish, and he wanted to do the same to the peasants, probably, or he didn't want to, but
it's coming.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Oh, just to sort of piggyback off that, there's that book, The Worker by Ernst Jünger. Which is in English now, and that was one of my also sort of getting politically woke books, where I just sort of bought that and women read that and was like, holy shit, this is amazing. But he has this history of developmentalism in Germany, and he says this has appeared to us, he said, as revolutionary socialism, as communism. It has also appeared to us as revolutionary nationalism and as fascism, or as conservative revolutionaryism, or whatever. They had all these different ideologies before Nazism sort of became the sort of big tent of all the strange sort of right-wing tendencies going on there. He's like, but they both demand the same thing. He's like, work, regimentation, factories, industrialization. He's like, they want the same things with slight variations of who's included, who is excluded.
Yeah.
And he's like, he felt in this sort of weird Nietzschean way, where he's talking about titans striding across the earth and all this shit. He's like, they are all like the same force wearing different masks. And he describes World War I as this like rush for industrialization that surged across Germany. How he said they thought they were strengthening the German Empire, and instead they destroyed it. And they destroyed their monarchy. They became this industrial thing. He's like, that force was too powerful for the monarchy. There's like a more progressive force burst through it, but that progressive force is just industrialization itself. Yeah. And Kojève then says in the 60s, he describes Germany again. He's like, they thought they could strengthen their new national model, and instead they destroyed it and were split down the middle. And he's like, because he said they did not realize that the age of nations is over. Now it's the age of empires, is what Kojève felt. It's the age of these huge blocks, much more. He said everything that strengthens the nation is actually, he said, doomed or an illusion. Everything that strengthens, he said, the empire, the sort of international economic blocks, he's like, is destined to win, was his view. And I feel like it's an echo of Junger's thing, where there's like this new, and what Marx talks about too, is most Marxists saying in the world, this idea that the progressive force is bursting through the old, and the old is actually speeding its demise, because it's almost like physics. It just makes sense to move in that direction, even if those actually destroy what you're trying to preserve. If you want to win, you use the best weapon. And that best weapon may destroy the structures you were using before.
Yeah, again, that thing about the different masks of the same thing. Yeah, that's why for me another scandalous insight, I think, for contemporary Marxism is that change that happened in the 30s and 20s was an objective significance. Like, to me, I don't see fascism as an economic system or something like that. To me, and you can even see this because, for example, in a lot of innovations attributed to the Nazis were the inheritance of Weimar Germany. Some Marxists interpret that as like, oh, this is fascism in the making. But I think I'm one of those people who would just say, fascism is political. It's cultural, political, all these things. But it doesn't. There's still an objective at hand. It's not just a subjective. But Another thing, it's interesting what you said about it's kind of something I wanted to get into a little bit later, but with this idea of the age of empires versus the nation state. I interpret contemporary history, especially the past year. The index by which I've interpreted it is these kind of two poles. So you have the classical modernity that begins with England.
Mm-hmm.
My best way of describing it is self-referential form, this type of modernity. So whether that's in terms of this rationalism, it's a bad word, but the Ben Shapiro shit I was talking about earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the nation state, the sovereign state, the state that delimits, it begins and ends with its own form, the state, specifically the parliamentary state, but the nation state, right? This kind of bundled up thing, And at the other end is this destruction of, not destruction, but I would say sublation of Anglo-Saxon modernity, which is, it need not necessarily be empire, but it is the best, almost probably one of the best ways of this. I call it, in unreleased, unpublished stuff, I call it Vlyast. Sorry, I'm pronouncing this wrong. Vlyast, the Russian word for political power. It's a specific word for political power. So, to me, Vlyast is beyond a nation state. It's beyond liberal sovereignty. You know what I mean? But that parallel in terms of the nation state and empire, that also reflects in terms of liberal mercantile, if you want, capitalism versus this kind of amorphous mass of Fordism.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? It's like these two poles. These two poles, right? Here is liberal Anglo-Saxon modernity, and then here is this other thing which you can describe. There's not really a word for it that's established yet. This different kind of use, but it can be applied across everything. You know what I mean? And I guess my whole shtick, what would make my Marxism unique is that I'm arguing for a Marxism that's on this side, not the old, I call it substantialistic Marxism. And like across the issue of political economy, across the issue of the materialist dialectic, across the issue of the very significance of the proletarian class, my argument is that Marxism, up to this point, has been enmeshed in this dogma of Anglo-Saxon modernity. But that's kind of another thing. But yeah, that's why, like, for me, the way it's so easy to interpret history for me, because I can see thinkers like Kojève that are emerging in the post-war era, and then obviously the French Second Enlightenment, if you want to call it, in the late 20th century. It's all culminating to me of like breaking out from here and then culminating into this second pole, if you want, historical pole.
Yeah.
It's almost like a really shorthand index of that, but I don't like this one. It's almost like this one stands for substantialistic dogma of corporeality, and then this one stands for the incorporeal. And I'm sorry, I don't want to keep rambling, but one last final thing about that. You can see this in movies. Did you know, like, notice how in the 80s, you have these strange depictions of flesh. In really amorphous ways.
Yeah.
Flesh, right? Flesh. But then suddenly, and in this kind of quantum leap, in the late 90s, and especially early 2000s, which I love. I've gotten into the music, everything. I love it because finally the 2000s it almost seems like the spirit, which is trying to actualize itself through the flesh, finally breaks out and just becomes the incorporeal as such. Like the corporeal has to twist and turn and change in all these different kinds of ways because something is trying to break out. And that's kind of how I interpret this. Like, what's a really good example? I don't know. Like, but you know what I'm talking? That movie Videodrome. You remember that? Yeah. That's a good example. It's like this new digital, whatever, incorporeal era is something I think contemporary Marxists don't understand, but which I argue Marx himself was woke about, if you want.
there's that's really fucking interesting because like I remember reading Virilio because he was a big deal with all the ACT people. Virilio wrote all this shit in the 90s about like virtual reality and the internet and all this shit. And he was talking about, he said, I know, he's like these young artists who want to make, he called it the angel's leap. He said, out of the body and into the world of like bodilessness and become, this amorphous, become in a way, he almost said like the ultimate postmodern thing. You become a free floating signifier in yourself. You are this spiritual being. And he's like, and to him, he's like, this is extremely dangerous. He's like, you are basic. He said, this is Satanism. It's more or less what he said. He was very Christian and in an interesting way. And Dugin says something almost identical, where Dugin says there is a form of leftism that is alive in the West. He said that is undermining everything, and he's like, and you can see it in The Matrix. He's like, that's their big propaganda movie, is what he felt. And he's like they believe in this world where every body is completely customizable and interchangeable and meaningless, and basically they want to make the internet real. Was sort of his accusation, yeah. Which is a big fucking goal. I would say that is a political goal and for a lot and technological goal. It's a definite spiritual goal.
It's a historical tendency too. But the thing, I used to be really like that type of person who just saw, I used to say communism virtuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
The virtuality of, I think one of our guys wrote Ed, he wrote a thing called the virtuality of communism.
Mm-hmm.
This was back in like 2017, I think. 2018. But
yeah.
But then I started to realize that there must be a distinction between the absolute as rendered as this substance with a capital S. The thing I wanted to get into with LaRouche was like covering Hobbes and all this kind of stuff, but maybe we can get into it later if we have time. But there's a difference between the objective and the substantial. And once you understand this difference, you can see how this virtuality that you were talking about also corresponds to this infinity, this new sense of the infinity of the corporeal. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why I love the game Death Stranding so much, is because it does depict this kind of incorporeality of this kind of, what I think you called it the granular data, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you took interest in. And all this kind of interfaces and screens, but at the same time, you just have this kind of endless expanse of the Icelandic, whatever. And this is clearly a return to some kind of corporeality, right? But it's not this is, for me, the ultimate Satanism was this dogma of Anglo-Saxon modernity. And the thing I wanted to get into was I was going to say Hobbes was the most evil person ever. We can get into that later. But to me, this dogmatism of the substantial and corporeal object is actually one and the same thing as the dogmatism of the incorporeal object that Dugin and all these people are describing as the true striving and tendency of the era. To me, it's not so much that the striving is simply towards the incorporeal, but that it's a striving towards being free from the one-sided corporeal. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Corporeality survives. It's just not the ultimate type of object.
There's something. I feel like I suspect that Groys has an essay.
Hold that thought. I just had one more thing to say. And I think the whole point of the significance of the materialist dialectic is that it's the unity of both. That's the ultimate object, right? It's the material is the ultimate object, but we are a priori estranged from having access to real materiality, like directly. And so the whole point is that the object itself is the unity of both. Like if materiality was simply self-referential form, which is what substantialists think, there would be no dialectic. There would be no history. There would be no change. Something has to be wrong. And this is following from Zizek's ontology. Something has to be wrong with the material object to give rise to the possibility of history and change. So I'm so sorry, but that's it. Just wanted to
no. That totally, I got that clarified. I feel like Groys, when he talks about like art objects or art in general, and history and the idea of the archive and these things, he talks about like, it's a contradiction, these contradictory objects, these contradictory meanings, everything must be a contradiction because the contradiction creates the suspended contradiction he talks about that, like in the Communist Postscript, where he's like, this is the heart of like like dialectical materialism, this is what separated it from previous forms of it, is the willingness to just suspend yourself and be in this plane of contradictions, which he seems to think that liberalism also shares that view. This very different political lens, completely different. But there's this idea of fuck it. This is something that is totally eluding me. I'm going to come back to this at some point. This idea is very fucking interesting. Because Groys also talks about the idea that on one hand you can have the archive, and that's history, that's art, that's everything. Because once you have the archive, everything can be compared to history, everything can be judged, everything, and then you can make a decision and do shit. But on the other hand, he said the internet can just be pure communication. And he's like, and that can supersede the archive. And you could have an archivalist world where history no longer has a meaning. Time doesn't really have a meaning because what are you comparing it to? There's no comparison anymore. There's only direct communication. And he's like, this might be fine, which I thought was slightly funny. He's like, this sounds slightly terrible, but it might be completely fine. And I think that's kind of what Dugin is like, his little nightmare vision, where he's like, oh, the world becomes it becomes Second Life. Is basically how he describes it. This like virtual nightclub forever. I don't know. This is something I'm not the most like philosophically versed or rigorous, sadly. So I need to.
No, I mean you
think about this more.
Yeah.
But it's like what you see in entertainment is very interesting. You see these, or there's this idea of.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a sense almost of infinity coming back. The idea of this infinite scope, and the fact we don't know what's going to happen. I think maybe to be part of it too is the fact that things are uncertain, and so the idea that an uncertain future implies this expanding. This is sort of the pure imagination level, like an expanding universe. Everything is pushing away from you. You don't know where you're going. Things are mysterious. Things are strange. There's sort of a cosmic kind of idea in it. There's something kind of 70s about it. It's almost like it's a little psychedelic. It's a little spacey,
it goes far. Like the rabbit hole goes really, like you didn't even hear about my other crazy shit that I think about, like fucking thermodynamics and quantum mechanics and all this dumb shit I think. But veering off a little bit, but actually still very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I wanted to mention about, maybe, I don't know if this is the best time, because I know maybe there's some stories about Russia you wanted to share. But I don't know if this is the best time to bring up the LaRouche thing, but since we've already like covered a lot of things that are relevant to it, the thing I wanted to get to was that first, I think one thing I learned actually really recently is kind of embarrassing. But I was returning to the American Civil War pretty much, and it's not only it's kind of metaphysical significance if you want, right? Or in Dugin's sense, what does he call it? It's geopolitical significance with the highest metaphysical accent to that possible, right? It's so fascinating how what I just described as this decline of Anglo-Saxon modernity and liberalism, this plays out in the American Civil War. Because, the thing I didn't know was not this, but England was fully supportive of the South, as many people know.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't always situate this in the context that for English civilization, so to speak, the South, the rise of the Confederacy, was the actualization of, I think, British liberalism, the eugenics and all this kind of stuff. It was almost like you could say an embarrassing realization, but it was the logical, the final conclusion, pretty much, of this Anglo-Saxon liberalism. And what tripped me on this thought was this image. I can't pull it up now because I don't have the link, of a British propaganda against Lincoln. This is what fucking opened my third eye, pretty much, with the whole. And then I thought LaRouche was cool, like he was onto something maybe, because I didn't know that Tsarist Russia supported Lincoln, supported the Union against the Confederacy. And there's a British cartoon that depicted Lincoln and Tsar Alexander II together shaking hands as like the new despotic era.
Yeah.
And clearly this is a proxy for the end of Anglo-Saxon liberal modernity. But this way of thinking about, but I think what's so beautiful about this it's kind of like narcissistic. Like the thought is beautiful because But what I find so beautiful about the thought is that, thinking about the union as this opening up this lost metaphysical wealth, of maybe empire or lost enlightenment, or whatever, it puts it into a new perspective because typically we think of the union as this kind of cold, modernist, rationalistic, you know what I mean? But when you think of but then this is where LaRouche comes in with Plato, right? Plato is associated with the higher spiritual, whatever. And when I came to find that he identified the union with Platonism in his big,
interesting,
metaphysical distinction, and the South with Aristotelianism. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. You would think it's the opposite, right? Because the North was mercantile, it was economic, right? It was cold, rational, whatever. So you would think the North, but LaRouche says no, the North was Platonistic, I think that's an incredible, beautiful depiction.
Yeah. I definitely want. I'm gonna have to look that up. That's fantastic. I'm gonna have to read LaRouche's thing on that.
He interprets Russia's support for U.S. and like Russia was aligned with Plato, and I find it a beautiful scenario.
It's very Duginistic, that idea. Yeah. But also, like Wyndham Lewis though talks about. There's a bit in Art of Being Ruled that I'm really obsessed with. Is like Wyndham Lewis talks about this argument between the famous British logician, liberal, humanist.
Bertrand Russell.
Yes, that guy.
Fucker.
Russell. Yeah, Russell. Russell had some like public debate with the guy that is called an American Bolshevik, which is fun title to be called by a newspaper. I'm sure they did great things for his life and career. But they argued they had this debate, and Wyndham Lewis was there, and he wrote about it. And he said Bertrand Russell has this argument where he says like Marx is done. Marx is from the past. He's from the cold Hegelian Platonic world where everything is just this machine. Like and now we live post-Darwin, and so everything is like a plant and it grows and it unfolds and all this shit. And Wyndham Lewis was laughing. He's like, "You're a logician, and you just said that the cold mechanical world is done. What the fuck's the point of you?" It's like one, get off the stage. You just admitted apparently that according to your view, you're not important. But he also Wyndham Lewis sort of says like he's got it completely wrong. He's like the Darwin view that he's describing of like plants and unfolding and organicism. He's like that's a much older world of agricultural civilization in a way of like a
Lysenko. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to drop that pill too fast, but that is a big pill. Lysenko pill. That's some woke shit. I'm sorry, go on.
Dude's got a weird thing where he talks about agricosmic civilization.
Yeah.
But Lewis is like, it's the reverse. He's like, we live in industrial, because Lewis is writing this in like the late 20s. He's like, we live in the industrial era. The mechanistic world of Hegel and Marx makes more sense because it is mechanistic and it is mechanical and it is rigid. He's like, because we live in a rigid world where you get up at a certain time and go to the factory at a certain time and leave at a certain time. He's like, all of these things make 100% sense to our age, and that's why they're winning, even if they were old. He's like, the history of thought doesn't need to be linear for its usefulness, for when it's deployed. He's like, if it's useful, you use it. And I was thinking, though, Russell sounds like he sounds like post-humanist is what I was thinking. I was reading. It's like, he sounds like Donna Haraway and Latour and these people, where he's like, no, everything must evolve and unfold and be natural. This sort of like philosophical underpinning of like liberalism or globalism, whatever you want to call it, like neoliberalism, and also like even social democracy in its like wokest, nicest, most verso books, effluxy form, where it's all this beautiful organic uncovering and flowing, and then when Lewis is like, all that is Bergson or Bergson, I guess you say whatever the fuck. It's like, this is just Bergsonism.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and as I kept reading more shit, I was in the philosophy class at the time, I was like, holy shit, he's right. There is just this undercurrent of Bergsonism. That was my LaRouche moment where I'm like, ooh, the Bergsonists.
But no, it's one thing. It's ironic that, Russell, we'll get into that. I'll get into that in the second thing, but that he calls Marx and Hegel, the whole point is that they're critiquing that. Or they're not so much critiquing it, but they're allowing us to be able to have some kind of humanity, some kind of beauty, some kind of nature, survive all of this. That's the whole point for them. They're not saying everything should be a grid, Like, like you know, we play that game Destiny, like the Vex.
Yeah.
Like, not everything should be the Vex. That's not what they're
about.
Yeah. But anyway, second thing, it's funny you mentioned Russell. Bertrand Russell has to be probably one of the biggest cucks of all time. Why? Because his whole project failed. Like, it was disproven with, right? With the what is it called again? The what is the impossibility? No, incompleteness, right? The incompleteness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. His whole enterprise just fucking failed. Like, everything he was like, the thing that made Bertrand Russell smile and get up in the morning and smell of like, oh, what a beautiful day. You know, like, the thing that made him happy was a dumpster. It just fell flat on its face. Like, probably the biggest cuck of all time. And he talks so much shit about everyone else, you know?
He did talk a hell of a lot of shit. Yeah, I also find it funny, as he said, like, you know, dialectical materialism is completely anti-scientific.
Yeah,
and the Soviet Union, he said, we'll never have the bomb. And I think it was like a week later, it was announced that they had detonated their first nuclear bomb. He had some incredible, like, public,
here's what's pathetic
bad
about
predictions.
Anglo-Saxon thought, or even analytical thought. I don't hate all analytical stuff. But you have to admit, even they would have to admit, the sole creative significance of analytical thinking has been negative. It's been showing why what you wanted to do is impossible. That's why with these weirdos who ended in America in the mid-20th century, in parallel to the continental people, the continental people were thinking positively, right? They were actually producing creative stuff. All these analytical people did was discover why they shouldn't have even been born. Pretty much. Like, all they did, if you really look at the logical conclusion of all these various thinkers, the ultimate conclusion is pretty much we cannot have this self-referential complete system. Pretty much. Yeah. You know what I mean? They only discovered why their entire enterprise was impossible. And proved inadvertently the triumph of dialectical materialism. You know?
It seems that way. It's also funny how a lot of those, like, thinkers, some of the ones who were, like, politically involved, like Russell, ended up getting involved with, like, the Fabians and, like, the weird sort of liberal socialists of their time. And when you read about them, like, you start to read some of the Fabian shit, they're like, oh yeah, how do we create the Soviet Union but British? Like, that was literally almost the goal. It's like, how do we create a really nice, like a command economy, a planned economy? How do we planify everything but still have to be really English?
Speaking of LaRouche,
that's a very LaRouchian.
His anti-Anglo tirades and just stance is what made me kind of trust him a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, makes him likable. I'm very torn. You know, like, one of my instincts is like I'm completely almost racist against the English. You know, it's like, but then on the other hand, it's like I see romanticism, and then I see people, even like Nick Land in the 90s, you know, and I see these gems from England, you know, they're so rare, but they do exist. And it makes me not able to hate England. There's something redeeming, you know, and then admittedly though, in the 19th century, a lot of the shit that I really like was from Scottish and Irish people, but still, you know, you gotta like, I can't completely hate even Marx. You know, Marx appreciated.
Oh
yeah. So I'm not 100% anti-Anglo, but I don't know. You know, it's almost like they produce a lot of good, but for that same reason, they're like bad. It's
is it by that? Yeah, I think America's inherited probably some of their worst traits, and that's part of the reason why it's hard not to get furious reading some of that shit.
It's hilarious because Americans are like, they're literally like robotic, zombie-like. This is the difference, I think, between America and England, right? The British have their British problem that we all know about, but we don't talk about so they don't get upset. But they have their issue of like their Philistinism, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
All around. But then, like, Americans are just almost like this horrific. Well, I'm not gonna. I'm talking about the bad side of America. There's a redeeming aspect too, but Americans are almost like this, like, they never blink, like, wide-eyed, like they're almost like the robotic product of the thing that the English were always blackmailing the world of what humanity could be is what Americans turned out to be. Like, completely like oblivious, have no sense of what is it? It's almost like Americans don't have an unconscious.
There's
that?
That's a terrifying thought. But like Kojev has a line where he's like, "Oh, all Americans are animals." And by animal, he doesn't mean like uncivilized and like like we're disgusting. He means animal in the sense he's like a human. For him, it's like this like super Hegelian thing where it's like a human is something totally temporal, totally a transitory thing. He's like a human is just like the eye that desires eye. He's like, if you have achieved recognition from another human, it's negating. You no longer need it. And he's like, Americans who have been recognized, like he's like the civil rights struggle. Like he sort of mentions, he's like, that's a struggle for recognition. Like white people are humans because they're fighting to be recognized as humans. But most Americans are not humans because they've already been recognized and they've essentially gone back to sleep. Yeah. And back in like the early 20th century, fucking like Sorel had this thing where he's like, Americans, he said, are automatons. He said, marching, endlessly into the factories. He thought that was great. He was like, this is so cool. He's like, if only the French could be as sensible.
I think you can see it in terms of like just norms and common sense. Even today, like when Americans go abroad, even the British are horrified. Like,
oh yeah,
but everyone's kind of weirded out by Americans, like because they lack common sense.
I will say though, Brits apparently have the worst reputation, and I saw some British people when I got my little Euro trip behaving very badly.
Yeah, but I would expect the British are just rude when they're doing that. They're being
rude and so fucking drunk.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're like really reckless drunk. And like it's like direct chauvinism, right?
Yeah.
But they know what they're doing when they do that shit, I think.
Oh yeah, they're proud. What I mean?
But Americans like will like offend people and have no idea what they're doing. They'll do dumb shit and they'll be like, "Wait, I don't know what the problem was." It's like,
It's our innocence. It's our naivete. Our charming naivete.
There's a flip side to what I'm talking about. There's also a redeeming lamb-like innocence. Like tragical lamb-like innocence. And then there's a lot of good from America. I'm just kind of
But I'm all for talking shit on America. I think that lamb-like innocence. Speaking of LaRouche again, it all comes back to LaRouche. He's the center of everything. Is why we have so many fucking cults and conspiracy theories. Because when you do start to have, I think Groys calls it like the diabolical suspicion that something's actually going on behind the scenes. You start looking around. You're like, what the fuck is going on? And I think if you are this sort of lamb-like creature who's undereducated and with a shitty education system, of course, that woefully prepares us for thinking for anything for our lives. You can become a LaRouche, you can become a whatever.
Yeah, it's
got a lot of options.
It's like the naivety and the innocence gives rise to an unprecedented possibility of seeing the evil of the whole world in an unprecedented way. Like
absolutely.
Real, and somehow not being condemned by it.
Yeah, there's like it's the Baptist thing where it's like the world is Satan's basically, and you must band together with your fellows and fight it out. Sorel thought that was a good formula for socialist thinking. He's like, you're in Satan's country, and you must band together with your fellows. He's like, that works perfectly well.
Well, speaking of this kind of Protestant distinction, it's really interesting how isn't that kind of the conclusion of socialism though, especially in China? It's like the material world is already dirty, it's evil, and there's nothing you could do about it. So the only place of communism and socialism can be is this higher level of the last instance, right? Like, we have all like the means to get there will be unclean, but in the last and final instance, living standards went up at the end of the year. You know what I mean by that?
Sort of it's direct a redemptive myth of developmentalism of why we're struggling. And Groys has this thing where he talks about Russia, where he's like, there's an idea running through it, where there's like socialism. What a beautiful idea! Some good things came out of it, but it fucked up. So let's put it over here as an object that we can look at, think about, contemplate, maybe even love. But it's over here and it's not in power. He's like, that's an idea in Russia. He said there's like a whole art movement that would depict like people doing the Lenin gesture with the hand and stuff, but they're looking just off camera as something that's not there yet because it never quite arrived, or it's been put away in the museum.
Yeah. And that's I think probably another thing that distinguishes my conception of communism. Like I'm also one of those people who doesn't think communism, go crazy, right? Communism is not a state of affairs to be achieved, but a real movement. Marx already said it, but a lot of people don't seem to get that. They always debate about, well, the Soviet Union was not real communism, but they don't understand, like, what does it mean to dwell in communism? It doesn't mean you're living in a society that reflects what you want. It means you are already in a, like, I'm one of those people who thinks you can achieve, it's like a Eastern scam, Western Buddhist scam. It's like you can already be in communism as long as you get there mentally. It's like, and I actually think that in a way,
It's like the was it the kingdom of heaven was within type of thing.
Yeah, and it's this idea goes far though, because think about it. It's like, obviously, this kind of transformation, the prototype would be the Cultural Revolution, right? But this type of thing, it could be dismissed like, oh, so you're just communist in your head and the world is the same. But no, that would have consequences for the world. It's not consequences you can directly plan for or know beforehand, but that would fundamentally, and that's the thing with this whole kind of culture war thing going on, right? All these companies, it's kind of becoming what China already is, where it's like you have all these private companies, but they all pay a symbolic tax, so to speak, to the CCP. You can see the CCP as the ultimate brand, the ultimate company that all of you can see is reflecting all these companies. And something kind of similar is going on with the Black Lives Matter in America. I don't actually view it cynically. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, it's just woke capitalism. No, I think there's a site. People can dismiss it as culture. There's some kind of site, fundamental site of class struggle or whatever, or politics, that is in between the lines. And going back to conspiracism, it's very similar. It's very similar because the conspiracy theorist sees the world in that same exact way, in between the lines. That's why I always refer to the Chinese Communist Party as a conspiracy, Yeah. You know what I mean by that? It's like it's like there's this video I saw of like, or this picture that was so striking to me before. It was a Gucci store, and then and you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. And it's like, imagine that's how conspiracy theorists already see the world. It's just that a communist party, even in the beginning of the Soviet Union, is the realization, the people's realization of the conspiracy.
I agree with that 100%. That was one of the things that the Communist Postscript was, why the book was so appealing to me, because he talks briefly about conspiracy theory, but also the idea. He's like, the whole point of Marxism is it's a conspiratorial thinking for the creation of a conspiracy that will undermine the existing conspiracy to supplant it with its own conspiracy, which will then be the conspiracy. Exactly. And I'm like, yeah, that's a great formula for politics. That sounds good to me.
That's the point. It's literally that. It's literally that. There's not just that's how I always talk to conspiracy theorists. I don't deny their conspiracizing. I just say, you don't understand that they up there have their conspiracy, but there's also a conspiracy down here going on. There's a conspiracy for the people, Yeah, like this force, I think this evil you're talking about, this satanic shit or whatever. And sorry, I don't want to bring in Islam to this. I thought we would have one discussion without Islam for the first time, but it's not going to happen. There's a beautiful passage in the Quran that says they are plotting, but God is also plotting. It's kind of similar to that,
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. There's the conspiracy. Yeah, the conspiracy thing too. Like even when you think about like, it's almost a shame to bring him up. But idiots like Alex Jones. He plays the whole. He plays the whole like 1776. Info warrior. Like, there's always like a conspiracy needs a lot of aesthetics. It needs a lot of PR. It needs a lot of mystique and bullshit. And like that, I think is like, if you say politics is conspiracy, well then politics by definition has to have this like aesthetic component, because conspiracy is almost mythic. And Hegel is a saying where he's like myth is like philosophy and aesthetics like entwined. And I think there's a mythic element to conspiracy, and so we are trapped with aesthetics, and we have to fucking understand it and try and figure this shit out.
Well, I think sorry.
Oh, if you're going to conspire effectively, you gotta figure that aspect out.
The thing with that aesthetics you're talking about is that, to me, it's not so much that you have to theorize the aesthetic so much as that you need to develop, and this is why what I was talking about, this sixth sense I was saying, you need to develop an aesthetic sense. You need to just know implicitly and intuitively. You know what I mean by that? Like you can't. It doesn't. You can't reduce everything to some kind of theoretical explanation. Like you have to be able to submit to the logic of the aesthetic, because it is its own logic.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's almost like a psychoanalysis thing in a way.
Exactly,
like
100%.
You can't ignore the emotions. You can't ignore the drives. You can't ignore the not rational ideas that are very much at play. Very
but
much.
Not to name names, and I'm not trying to throw shade or I have no hate for anybody. Well, I do, but not these people. A lot of the Lacanians on Twitter that I noticed, the people who flirt with Lacan. You know, some people. They always kind of never understand that. They always like some contrarian left types, like they always invoke Lacan and stuff to critique neoliberalism and liberals, but then they never understand how when they attack, for example, the protests going on and shit, they always treat it as though this is coming from a place of rational justification, and that everyone has like decided preemptively that, well, this is the ultimate. Like they treat it in this really naive liberal way.
Oh yeah, you know, I see that a lot.
Yeah, and if you understand psychoanalysis, you would never use the word id pol.
Yeah,
you know,
or even just stop, just try and like look at the contradictions of what someone is saying and be like, okay, let's try and unravel why they are saying these contradictory things.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
Like my mom is a kind of a crazy conspiracy type, and like when here in Utah we had a riot, the tiniest. And it was nice. It was nice that it happened. It was cute. It was good, but it happened. And there was like, my mom was like, ooh, they need to like extend the curfews and blah, blah, blah. And I was talking to her, I was like, but like 2 weeks ago, you were calling people fascists for saying that they should have to wear masks in 7-Eleven. Like, when is state power appropriate? And she's like, well, you don't get it. And I was thinking, no, I actually don't. And I was thinking like, this is not a rational decision. This is her version of order when it's good, her version of order, or like her version of like state, overreaching.
Yeah.
It's like what she's defending is really the idea of American freedom is you can go to the store unmolested. You can go about your day unmolested. That's it, basically. That's the contract. That's the promise at this point. That's our bare minimum. And the mask attacks that. The rioters attack that.
A lot of it is I think another thing, too, is that a lot of it is just this dialectic of master-slave dialectic of trust and recognition, and that's I think what is at play when it comes to this. And it's interesting because the leftist response to what you described is always pointing out the axiomatic rational inconsistency, and then they think they win because they did that. Like for example,
because there's no winning. I just ended up walking away. Yeah, it's just like
exactly. Like I'm in Michigan, and people were like pointing out, oh well, the protesters at the Michigan Capitol. Now they don't care, but it's like, okay, but what have you discovered? Because it sounds to me like you discovered why your rationalistic worldview doesn't work. It's not enough to understand the world. I think it's about this dialectic of trust and recognition, because I think when these conspiracists see what's going on in the streets, it doesn't address them in any kind of way. It's almost like something happening completely outside of their scope of sense of I don't know what the word is, but like it's outside of their scope of recognition and trust, and so like, you know what I mean by that? Like they
that's why they have to say Soros and shit like that.
Exactly.
It can't possibly happen, so it must come from.
That's why I'm saying, like, when Mao says trust the people, it's really deep when he says that. Because so much of everything is about trust. It's literally just about building trust. It's not about the content of what you say. It's not about the facts that are whatever. It's not about, well, logically you should be persuaded because I want to give you healthcare and all this shit. It's not about that. It's about trust.
Yeah, that's sales. Like when you think about salesmanship, it's like, do you trust the product? That's like the number. That's the beginning and end of it.
Yeah, and the way you earn trust, the way you earn trust as like a leader for, like, let's say Bernie Sanders was woke and he understood this stuff. The way you earn trust is that you throw yourself bare-chested to the masses in a moment of vulnerability, and you say, "I'm making myself vulnerable to you. Catch me. Like, I'm gonna fall. Just catch me." And the masses somehow catch. And then they see how this leader actually depends on me. Not only recognize me, but somehow depends on me. That's how you build trust.
Yeah,
that's why Mao's trust the people is so fundamental.
Yeah, there's like a dynamic of almost like tenderness people have towards the leader when they trust and when they have that relationship, and you can see it. It was like Mao, who like people wrote about him, or like Stalin. It's almost like someone to be protected. It's this almost frail man that must be propped up by the nation because he's helping us. Yeah. We've got to help him. But it's also, I watched this documentary when I was a teenager called I think it was like Blood in the Face or something. It's with the history of the Chicago Nazi Party, which I was interested in because my dad, we were from Chicago. My dad was like, "Oh, I was there. They marched and they tried to flip our car over because we were a black family in the car and they tried to flip our fucking car." It was terrifying. I was like, "Ah," and then I got fascinated. Like I'm terrified. I must know more. And I watched this documentary and they're interviewing these like teenagers who were like trying to join the party as it was collapsing. This Nazi party in Illinois. And they're asking this teenager, like, why do you want to join? And he's like, he's like, the leader, Rockwell, that was the guy in charge. He's like, I just saw him out there getting like screamed at by these protesters and they were throwing things at him, but he was just standing there. And he's like, and he believes in something and I want to know what that is. And also he felt like a sympathy, like he almost like, oh, don't beat this guy up. In a funny way, the urge to protect is what drew him into that orbit.
Exactly.
And it made him a follower. Exactly. It was very interesting. His like protective urge is what got him.
Yeah, and it's almost like, I mean, if you interpret things in terms of psychoanalysis, it's almost like you need to somehow be you are already culpable in what I would say is the order of the signifier, right? The master signifier. You're somehow, a piece of you is culpable in that. So when you see the leader, for example, in a moment of vulnerability, you must defend them because what's proven to you is not that they're weak, but that this is your moment to prove your, not only prove your, but also there's something, let's say in this example you give, it's impossible to just leave that person be and let them be vulnerable because this opens the floodgates of the impossible. And for everything to break down, But also, it's also this. Maybe if we get rid of the psychoanalytic jargon to make it more common sense, it's also that people have a higher sense of. You can call it God, for example. People call it God, probably, but just this deeper sense of the absolute as something that is. Beyond them, while at the same time demanding their recognition in order to exist. It's almost like that Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. Remember that scene where he falls and he loses his mask, but for some inexplicable reason, it's never addressed later. Everyone on that bus sees his face or his train, the train or bus, and they all pick him up and put his mask back on and just put him back on his feet because they can't allow even they saw his identity, but they just pretend like they forgot. And it's such a beautiful scene because it proves like Lacanians would love that scene, like it proves even if they know the truth, they need Spider-Man. They need to fake it. They need something like that to exist.
It's a very sweetly populist movie. Like I remember as a kid.
It is. Post-2000s populism, definitely.
Yeah. Because as a kid, 100%. I was like rolling my eyes, I was all cynical. But I watched it in Russia, actually, because we were just fucking exhausted one night. Like, let's watch a movie. Somehow we ended up watching Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. But there's the scene at the end where fucking Green Goblin's about to kill Spider-Man or something like. Or I think it's going to unmask him and kill him or something. But anyway, the people are like, no, Spider-Man speaks for all of us, and they all start throwing cans at him and all in New York. They all screaming at the Green Goblin. And I was like, I kind of like, this is cheesy as hell, but I do actually like it.
It's such a redemptive film. I'll tell you why. Yeah. Because it is this post-2000s, almost shameless, postmodern excess and all this kind of stuff. But then there's just, it's like, it's almost a kind of accelerationist film. Everything's always moving in that film, relentlessly. And there's no sense of an agent or subject in control of this kind of, similar to other kind of movies, right? But there's also this kind of these moments where you can see that there's still meaning to it. Everything that's happening proves that it's still meaningful. Like
there's like a weird. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there's like these moments of recognition where it's almost like you're in for a wild ride, and it may seem like this roller coaster is crazy and shit, but like there's these moments where it's like it's almost like someone saying, I got you, don't worry, you know, like we're still in this together, even though this roller coaster is not ending, you know. I think it's beautiful.
That's kind of the heart of the movie. There's a funny of the superhero movies. I think that's the best one because I'm like, this is childish or adolescent and all these things, but it's also very sweet. It's very nice. It's very about like people like have to rally around this symbol, and this like through Spider-Man they recognize each other. You could do a really deep analysis of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
You could
like you could use psychoanalysis. You can use the coach of his view of like Master Spades. I like it. It's like the eye recognizes eye, and to create a human being out of like an animal society, what it is you have to submit to a pure form and devote yourself to that form because that's human. And in a way, by becoming Spider-Man, he becomes human. Like you could do a really long, annoying YouTube philosophy video on that. I actually want that to exist now,
but I don't want to make it. You know.
No, I don't want to make it either. But it could happen. Someone could do it.
Yeah. So not to veer into the left lane, but I did want to hear some of your stories about. So first of all, when did you go to Russia?
I went to Russia last summer. I had friends who were studying the language, and I was talking to them one day, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to come hang out with us in Russia?" And I was like, "Sure." And then I did. I showed up, and they were actually, I think, slightly surprised because, like, we made an offer to a lot of people, but no one else showed up. You just had to do that to be polite. I was like, "Oh, okay." But basically, I was there for a month. I had a month's visa. We stayed. First half St. Petersburg, second half Moscow, which was fucking amazing on both counts. And I will say, it was like when we were talking about Dugin and shit like that, as we were walking around in Russia, I was like, "Oh, I get it. I get like it wasn't so much that it was like grasped by some like deep like mystical truth, like I touched the Russian soul. No, I just saw a shopping mall that had a giant stone hammer and sickle on it because there's an old Soviet building that had been converted into a shopping mall. Oh, bye. Into a shopping mall, and then if you keep going, there's a giant cathedral. Like, and they're like a block away from each other. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I see it. Tsarism, communism, capitalism, all together, all in one country. I can see why you would want to create a syncretic, like, this is our life. Because I'm like, it really fucking is. There was a mall in St. Petersburg that was astounding. It was amazing. It looked like a coliseum, like this gigantic coliseum with statues of fucking, what do they call it? Whatever, nymphs and shit, very Greek, very classical, and then there's a giant Jumbotron, like video screen just showing Zooey Deschanel's face, and she's holding Crocs. And I'm like, this is something. Classicism and Crocs.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned classicism. It's really beautiful, I think, because Stalinist neoclassicism is completely the opposite of the Western kind, You notice that? It's like, you think it's kind of what I went back to, like Lost Enlightenment or Other Beginning. Like, their interpretation of classicism was the opposite to the Western kind. In the Soviet Union, classicism was not this purity of marble white and so on. It was something that was, that there was a great deal of wealth and color and vibrance and so on too. Maybe not so much vibrance as much as determinate. It was more, I think, the way I interpret is that the Russian neoclassicism is more closer to the Byzantine. That's another thing you can get woke on is the schism east and west with Christianity.
Right. Yeah. The third, like all of Russia's the third Rome.
All of the evil comes from the Catholic Church. That's another pill. I don't know if people can swallow that, but
the Rushian twist.
Yeah. Russian neoclassicism is human. It's human. Its basic sense is human.
It was so affecting to see it too, because like you can be very cynical if you're just looking in a book and like, well, this is propaganda, blah 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 blah. No. When you're in the presence of it, like my friend, they're like, I want to take you through the subway. You need to see the subway station. I was like, oh, okay. And I went through, and it's fucking incredible. All those Soviet subway stations, there's like chandeliers and statues of like workers holding up like machine guns and drills and big things of wheat. And there's like, and it's so quiet and so clean and so orderly, which I love. But there's just these monumental, these literally monuments to like workers and farmers. Oh, and dogs. There's a lot of like it is again kind of hokey and sweet, but it works when it's 20 feet high in front of you, and you're just waiting to catch the train. But there's a giant worker with a machine gun, sort of like looking proudly in the future, and there's a plaque where it's like dedicated to the partisans who fought for blah blah blah. Like someone may have died in that area, and that's why they built that statue in St. Petersburg, because they're under siege. You can't help but feel awe and feel a certain this is something. And you can see why people also defend it, because there's been attempts, to get rid of a lot of that shit.
That's what I'm saying. These are the things about Russia that, for example, for me, make me angry and drive me in this emotional way at the same time, because it makes me angry because when I realize these things about Russia and I realize like the Western cynicism and response, according to the dogmatism of Anglo-Saxon modernity and liberalism and American liberalism, all of that's just meaningless. It's nothing. Yeah. It's all propaganda. It's not real. There's no meaning to it. There's no significance. It's all failure. There's nothing. You can see why Dugin people have the attraction they do, because they're giving meaning, and they're saying pretty much, like, the Russian people, for example, or this kind of special civilization exists. It's a real thing. It's not just some simulation of this dictatorship, and then the real thing is, the only reality is Anglo-Saxon liberalism.
Which I met Russians who believe that, who do believe that Russia is just a bad simulation, basically.
I know,
they're living in a kind of like rotted Stalinist matrix. Yeah. And maybe you'd feel. I'm sure there's things that would make you feel that way growing up there, and probably feel the other way too. But the monuments and shit were astonishing. They really were. They work, because there's also if you are of any type of leftist, probably any type of anyone who believes that people matter, people can matter and can come together and can do something and can fucking do something. It's something to see a 20-foot high statue of a guy with a power drill like that. I saw that at the Space Center. I was like, that's amazing.
How I've tried to describe.
They have a statue of switchboard operators.
Yeah, that's how in the past. That's how in the past I've tried to describe it to like friends. Is I would say things like, like, look at this tractor here, right? It's nothing, right? No one gives a shit. Then look at this scene in this Soviet movie where this guy's riding a tractor and tank music is playing. That song about tanks. And it literally looks like the most glorious fucking thing. And this guy's just driving a tractor. Can you imagine a society that glorifies its people in this way and what they actually do in their everyday life, and doesn't make it so... That's why I love Death Stranding so much. That doesn't make it so people just hate their fucking lives and are ashamed of their actual lives. Like, this is a society which elevates the real lives of people, not giving them a fake ideal life to strive to that they never will, to make them hate themselves,
Yeah. There's this idea of just dignity, which is like, we hate in America. We're not a big fan of dignity on a lot of levels.
No, it's the opposite.
But I was gonna say in Russia, to sort of tie more things to it.
Sorry, we live in a pro-sex work podcast here, so you should watch your mouth. Dignity, please.
I'm very careful before I get canceled for being a swerve. But in Russia. So I met up with somebody in Moscow. I'm jumping all over the place. I met up with somebody in Moscow, and he was like, "Okay, so what do you want to do in Russia?" I was like, "I just want to see stuff, blah blah." And we met at the oldest McDonald's in Russia, which was nice. It was beautiful. It used to be like a Soviet factory, and now it's a giant McDonald's. It's a little sad, but the pie was amazing. They serve apple pie there, which I think is the most appropriate meal you can imagine for the first McDonald's in Russia. But he's like, I want to take you to the oldest leftist bookstore in Moscow. I was like, oh, that sounds great. And he's like, it's from the 90s. I'm like, okay, the oldest anything in Moscow tends to be from the 90s because of the changeover in like property and stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's the oldest independent bookstore in Moscow because there were no independent bookstores. But he took me there and he's like, this used to be the National Bolsheviks bookstore. Which I was like, oh, that's fascinating. There's no sign. You go into an alleyway. He opened the door in the alleyway. I was like, okay, it looks like a maintenance store to me. We go up a staircase. No signs, no information, no anything. Comes another unmarked door. He opens it, and suddenly we're in a very nice bookstore like you'd see in New York and like fucking Manhattan. Like there's like brick. It's just fucking nice. We're not far from Red Square in this little bookstore. And I come in, and there's a giant poster of Mao. There's a Cuban flag. There's a poster that just says Praxis in English in like huge words. or it's not English, being a non-Cyrillic script. And then there's like a books of Lomonov's poetry, the founder of National Bolshevism. And then there's like fucking Harry Potter in English. He's like, oh, they have a little English language section for people who are like studying English or tourists.
Like, yo, do you know how funny that is? They're basically saying that okay, here Americans, this is for you. Mm-hmm. You can read Harry Potter.
It was insulting. Their Moscow airport was that way too. They had this huge bookstore. I was like, wow, this looks great in like 6 languages. And then there's this tiny English language section. It's just fucking Harry Potter and Dan Brown. And I'm like,
I love it.
This hurts. I'm like, this hurts.
It's
hurts
so insulting, but it's deserved. I love it.
It's true though. It's probably
it's
the
100%
stuff that
true. 100%.
This might be market research.
Yo, listen.
To do this.
I love that it was a kind of lefty bookstore because they're basically saying American leftists, this is your shit.
That's what they gave us.
This is
and a book on Hegel. I saw a book on Hegel. That was like the only like serious book in like English.
Yeah. They put the Hegel book so they can learn to stop reading the Harry Potter. They're like, oh, there's Harry Potter, but here's some drugs. But in case you want to get sober and clean, here's some Hegel.
Yeah, that was their praxis. That's what that poster was at.
Yeah.
But that little bookstore was amazing. But okay, so and then we went to a bar. And he's like, oh, this used to be the National Bolshevik Bar. And I was like, why do you know so much about the National Bolsheviks? He's like, oh, well, as a teenager, I was like in that scene because that was the punk scene. It was like in Moscow. There was no difference. It was all the National Bolshevik scene was the punk scene, was the art scene, was dissidence, was everything. And so he was talking about that. And it turned out he used to work in Dugin's office, which was fucking fascinating. Like, you have to tell me, what was it like? And he's like, he's a little too friendly with the ladies. I'll say that. He's a flirty boss. I was like, that's hilarious. It's good to know.
Wait, Dugin himself?
Mm-hmm.
He's like
he's around? He'll hang around the secretaries. He said a little too long. It's like he's very old. He's like an old-fashioned. He's like boss. He's like it's the old days, making jokes. And then the other thing is apparently he's a huge nerd for like Japanese horror movies, which makes sense because I read an interview with his daughter and she was talking about Tokyo War Police and she said that's what liberalism is. And he said when he worked at Dugin's office to like rise to the inner circle, you had to watch the Tetsuo movies, which are fucking great.
You made me. At first I was kind of like, oh, maybe Dugin's based, with this like whole return, this Asiatic thing, but then you kind of something you told me in not leaking too much, like in Twitter or whatever. Was it actually kind of surprised me a lot? Is that it was something about you went into a Dugin's apartment or something, and it was just pink and it looked like vaporwave or something. Where it's like.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't Dugin. Bus. It was one of those big artists. It was Tamir Novikov.
Oh yeah,
who was like no, he was friends with Dugin. They organized raves together, which is hilarious. They're called the Partisans of Beauty. Who I think was their like little party scene, which sounded great. But yeah, he had like this vaporwave apartment, and he was very like Novikov is dead, but he lives on as fashion. Like I bought a Novikov pin, and when I put it on later on the streets, I was like, "Ooh, like is that Gosha?" That's a brand that sells Novikov branded shit. It's like high fashion now. But Novikov was like, there's a cheesiness and a cynicism, and it's meant to be contradictory. Like they sort of revel in it, and they sort of say that's how you're intelligent. You're contradictory. You're being intelligent. You're being dialectical.
I don't know. Sorry.
Well, I was like Dugin's whole thing, like from talking to that guy who used to work for him, and I was like, does he believe that shit? And he's like, yeah, half and half. Like he believes it, and then he doesn't, and then he does. Like there's no contradiction there for him because the whole point is to be contradictory. So he's just in his element, and he's like, and he likes money, and he likes to have fun. So like, yeah. And then there was an artist I wanted to meet. I wanted to see his art, Wintoft, who that book Fun and Terrifying is basically about. It was an interesting guy. He makes this huge monumental art of like Apollo, like a giant like 50-foot statue of Apollo looming over like Siberia. That's the type of art, like the paintings and shit he does. He makes them out of gold. Apparently oligarchs like to buy his shit. He's won the highest art prizes there. He's on Vogue covers all the time. And I was like, I want to see this guy's art. It sounds fucking bizarre. And he's like, oh yeah, I know him. He like started looking him up on his phone, and they started texting. And he's like, oh, we can't meet him. He's in New York right now. I'm like, oh wow, what's he doing? He's like shopping. And I'm like, that's hilarious because the guy writes this stuff. He's like, the American Empire must basically be nuked, and destroy everything, destroy. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, he likes to shop. He likes Armani.
But what you mentioned to me, it kind of, I'm a little bit maybe too conservative, because it's like it made me think for a second that the whole enterprise of what the whole scene, I guess Eurasianism and so on, was like some kind of cynical ploy that stems from a very hyper modernistic Cartesian type of subjectivity. You know what I mean by that? Like, okay, for example, in Iron Man, American talk, right? Iron Man, Iron Man 3. I think it was 3. Like, do you remember the thing where it's like they had the villain of the Mandarin?
I didn't see that movie, unfortunately.
Oh, fuck, okay. It's
I know
such a good example. Yeah. So the Mandarin is like this, Chinese, terrorist, whatever. But then it's revealed he was just an actor. And like he was just putting up a whole facade, and he was just like a regular American actor.
It's like the conspiracies about like Osama bin Laden type of stuff.
Yeah. And it made me think like, are they kind of like that? It's just like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I've seen accusations. What's funny is like American right wingers, like some alt right people will accuse them of that. And I honestly think some of those alt right people are being slightly nudged by the FBI. I think there's a war between the FSB and the FBI being waged, and on 4chan, because they've proven that both of those groups post on 4chan. Like they're having these kids yell at each other.
I myself on YouTube, because I used to fuck around on YouTube comments and like 5 years ago, or not 5, 6 years ago, for fun. Let me tell you something. I've had a really, really weird, and I don't even know if I want to mention it because maybe the guy stalks me, and I'm paranoid, and he'll see this and be like. Long story short, from a conversation, someone told me in the comment the exact down to the penny amount of money I had in my bank. And there was no personal info on my profile, no name, nothing that could connect me to me. Not even my email was public. Nothing was public. And to this fucking day, I still need to know how the fuck he knew. I need to know how he fucking knew. It's the craziest fucking thing that's ever happened to me. He literally told me it was like $207, something like that, the exact amount of money in my fucking bank account. How? That's a Fed. That has to be a Fed.
That's something, yeah. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
No, that's really good, though. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I think I've just quit online for a while. Bye.
Yo, you have no idea how paranoid it made me. Like,
yeah. I bet.
Damn, everyone left. Sorry.
But the Eurasian, no problem. But the Eurasianism thing, yeah, I think that, like, reading about it, there's elements where it's an art movement, it's a political movement, it's this, it's that, it's like 50 things, and I think that's the point, because I like reading about them. Some of them were like, some of them were saying I did this as a joke. Some were like, I was a Russian dissident. I got to go to the Dissident Art Museum, by the way. Brian Eno lives there sometimes. I got to wander around. The Russian Dissident Art Museum in St. Petersburg, where some of these people used to live, the National Schools. I got to wander around that place at like 3 a.m. because we befriended somebody who lived there. That was fun. We got really drunk. But some of the thing we did this as a joke, and then we became the joke figures we created. Someone's like, I created this character of the political technologist, of the cynical, like, totalitarian operator of the postmodern Russian state. He's like, and I became that guy and got in office. Because it turned out people in power were like, I like that guy. He should exist.
Yeah.
And then other ones were like, that's the point, is that you influence the influencers and then you get power. That's almost became their sort of goal.
You know how I think of it is like, I feel like the pretense to this Cartesian, let's say, subjectivity that they still have all along, I think that's like a bluff. And what they realize is that they've attained a form of subjectivity that actually outmoded the old kind, and you can't just return to being like, oh, well, I'm just a normal modern subject. I'm not this character I grew up. I'm just a normal modern subject. But I think at one point they discover that modern subject never existed. You were always, determinate. I love that word, determinate. You always already had actual concrete reality. You weren't just like a ghost in the shell that cynically manipulates whatever. You know what I mean by that?
I think so, because I know they talk sometimes in a very similar language, like in that book Fun and Terrifying, where he's got those interviews.
No, go on. Sorry.
Oh, okay. But they'll talk about like they're like we're romantics because we are like citizens of an empire that does not yet exist but will exist in the future. We know this to be the case. Some of them were saying like, I am like a part of this group because I believe actually it is almost a view of the afterlife. And the guy was like, well, can you explain that more? Someone like, no. And they're like, no, it's mystical. Yeah, they're like, no, like this is a mystical thing. This is a description of perfection. Therefore, it's, yeah, and like this is, and then talk about this is the Platinopolis. This is, you know, we're going to build the republic. Blah blah blah. There's like all of these like dreams upon dreams upon dreams meshed with political reality. Meshed was making money. Meshed was everything. Like there's an attempt of like a totality of like human like imagination, desire, and all this shit that I think is incredibly appealing, and runs, I would say, in some ways through successful political movements in different ways. The same, we can see it here deployed artificially, telling you it blatantly, and that's part of its value, I think. And like how Groys said that part of the value of Russian capitalism is that we can see capitalism being deployed as a ready-made, as something that did not arise historically as it did in the UK, but instead was applied directly to Russia. He's like essentially a British-Italian system has been applied to Russia successfully. He's like a Russian system could be applied to you successfully too.
Yeah, not to detract. There's one thing I want to say, but before that, one thing we talk about sometimes is the significance, what you're talking about there, with Japanese modernity, or even the Turkish, right? These kind of Asiatic modes of production, the manner by which capitalism emerged was political. It was top down. And shit I'm working on right now is dealing exactly with this. But you can be so woke and you can realize it was the same with Germany and maybe France.
Yeah, that's what Junger argued that was Germany.
Yeah.
And that's why he says that Germany and the Soviet Union, he felt, were destined, you know, to have some connection.
The original one was England. It was just like the devil was born in England. And then the rest of the world was remade after that something happened with the English Civil War. But no, what I wanted to get to was Wait, so you were I can't believe I forgot this thought. What did where did I cut you off exactly? Do you remember?
Something talking about like the metaphysics and the Platinopolis, and they're talking about they want to make money, influencers, power. I can't quite remember either.
Oh shit! I can't believe I lost this thought. It was something. Fuck. Wait, no. Before that, a little bit before that, before the Platinopolis thing.
Ooh. I think where you talk about like how do they view themselves now? You can't go back.
It was, fuck. What did I want to say? It was shit. I lost it. I completely.
All right. You know what? I got another thought. While we wait, that one will resurface, I'm sure. Japan. Japan thing's so interesting too because Kojev writes about Japan. Where Kojev, like for a while, was talking about, you know, the world empire, that he thought the world would become one world empire, and it'd be great. Well, not great, but it'll exist. And he's like, it'll either have Soviet or American flavor. He's like, it really won't matter. It's just going to be a flavor. It's going to be this very similar system. And then he went to Japan and fell totally in love and said, like, this is the salvation of like the human race, of the human being. Because he's like, Homo sapien animals will be, you know, these people who have been recognized and no longer need to be people. He's like, will be the dominant form of life. He's like, but in Japan, he's like, they have human beings because they have dedicated themselves to form without content. They have pure form. He's like, and this is snobbery. And he's like, we share everything with animals except for snobbery. That was one of his like few distinctions. And he's like, the snobbery in Japan, he's like, is so perfect and also universal. Where he's like, there's rituals that anyone can take part in that are pure form without content. No one knows why. And they're not obligatory, but you still can take part of them, dedicate yourself, perfect something, just for the sake of saying you can, of snobbery. And I think of that when I was thinking about the 90s in Japan, which I found so fascinating, where they had this new consumer class, the kids of these people who had made it, who made good money in the 80s. Yeah, and then how did they define themselves? They went to France and the UK as tourists, basically, but they recreated themselves as like 60s French teenagers because they could, and would have like these sort of like wars of style to see who could most perfectly be a 60s French teenager. And I'm like, that, to me, that's a vision of the future. If we're lucky.
Yeah, wait. The thing with Japan you just mentioned about that opened like a new branch that's so. But I just actually remembered the old thought.
Oh, okay.
Let's keep that branch open though, because that's actually like, that's some woke shit. No, what I remembered was that's why I thought when I was talking about the Cartesian subjectivity thing, there's somehow a strange, despite how they say destroy American empire, I think there's a strange attachment many Russians feel toward the U.S. You know, there's an article. There's an article actually, that was released by Open Democracy. You know, do you know that website?
Yeah.
And it was talking about actually. I'm just gonna put it up for the recording. It was talking actually about how the Russian response to the George Floyd protests, and you'd think that the Russians would be like jumping for joy, you know, kind of similar to how like the Chinese are, right? Not jumping for joy, but like, you know, seeing supporting these protesters, right? But actually, there's a strange hostility that many Russians have. And I saw from this article, kind of woke me up, and it made me realize that the reason for it was actually because the dissidents in Russia, the liberals, it was basically like an embarrassment to their idea of America, this perfect, like whatever. And then, but you could also see how that reflects maybe for some of the other maybe supposedly anti-American people, that there's a strange attachment to America as like a necessary enemy, maybe. You know what I mean by that?
I think there's definitely that. And I'll say in Russia, they'd always be like, where are you from? Like, America. And I'd go, oh. And then you'd hear, like, there was like this guy who like hugged us in a park. Me and my friend were wandering around and we're like asking for like a cigarette or no, a light. He was going like this, like my friend was like, Agni, it's like a fire. And the guy like pulls out like a lighter and then he's like, blah, 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 where are you from? And like, America. And we knows the guy's American flag suspenders. So he's a unique case, I think, of being uniquely pro-America, but he was just fascinated. And we found so many people who were just completely in love and fascinated in the pop culture sense, but also in like a myth of America as something great and something perfect. We met some liberals who saw it that way. We met some kind of conservative people who saw it that way too, because it's like, oh, America, you can own a car and you can own property and you can have some land and you can fuck off and be a rustic, you know, old-timey type of person. There's people who had that fantasy of America as well. But then we also like, it was, I think there's like, America serves so many purposes, kind of like how Russia does to us. Russia for Americans, you know, it's 100 things to us. It's so useful, it's so deployable. And I think they have a similar attitude towards us. Like, it's for some of the liberals, we were great. We could be, when we failed, it was great because then we could be critiqued and mocked and so on. But it's almost because they seem to identify not so much as Russians as Europeans. It almost seems like talking to, like, when I've talked to like British or French people, it's a similar sort of like, aha, see, you're not as perfect as you think you are, type of thing. True. But there's still an admiration. There's still something there where it's like, but you could be sensible, but you're a bit off. I got that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing I'm kind of interesting. It's kind of related to what I brought up. I heard that Russia is like really bad racism, like the worst in the world. But I've also heard people who told me like I didn't hear them personally. I read some people's accounts, like some black people that went to Russia, and they're like, this isn't true. People were really nice in Moscow, but maybe it's different elsewhere. But yeah. Yeah,
I was kind of nervous because like,
I think you're mixed, right?
Yeah, I'm mixed. And I was thinking, like, whatever the fuck people tell me, like, I got pulled over by a cop a few years ago and he put white on the little, like, paper he gave me. I was like, nice. This is why that guy was so fucking nice to me. Or whatever, you know. And in Russia, people kept saying, are you French guy? That was what I got asked a few times. Because there's a lot of, like, Algerians and people like that. And I met some Algerians. I'm like, oh, I do look like an Algerian or Moroccan.
True, very true.
But, yeah. But when I was there, no, everyone was so fucking nice. Hilariously, on the plane, the Russian stewardesses kept speaking Russian to me and refused to speak Russian to the Russian guy next to me, who got really mad at one point at them. And then someone later was like, oh, I thought you were a Cossack or something. So they're very, in the cities, they seem completely blasé about race. And I saw black people walking around. I saw mixed people. I saw everybody. But I've been told that the countryside, kind of like a lot of places, is where things start to get dicey. And some of the smaller industrial cities.
I think it's probably more, the reason for that is probably two things. Especially if they're close to Chechnya, there's probably just associating all non-white people maybe with Chechens. And another thing is just foreigners, you know, it's not necessarily racism. It's just outsiders, you know, foreigners, different people who look different, are different, or, you know, same thing in China, you know, it's the same thing in the countryside, I mean.
Yeah, because I can't judge my experience with them in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and those are big international cosmopolitan cities. Like it's and they're used to tourists.
Yeah, true.
Like
Yeah,
those are their tourist cities. And then the people we're meeting, a lot were very educated.
Yeah.
Like there was a good thing though. We went to this weird Russian punk like book signing thing. We got invited. We went there, and then there's an after party which we went to, which was amazing. I've never drunk so much in my life. It was great. And I'm very proud to say I can drink with them at their level. The amount of vodka.
Really?
Yeah, and someone said this is good. A guy grabbed me and said you have good capability, which I really loved. That compliment.
I couldn't.
About that forever.
Yeah, I would be blacked out.
It was great. But we met all these different people, and it's like this punk signing. So I got cornered by a weird Russian skinhead guy who wanted to know how I was in a band just called Nigger, and he's like, "Is that racist? Is that bad? Could I tour in America with that name?" And I was like, "Probably not. Probably not." He was a very nice guy, but he's a skinhead. And I was like, "So it was a good
like
party."
ignorance.
Yeah, but he was very nice. But it was like a good party because you had this bizarre mix of people. They just came for this punk book signing. So you had these old, but talking to them, I got a slightly wider sense. And I met a girl whose dad was like a Soviet general who was in Angola. And she's like, "You need to meet him. You know, you guys would get along. It'd be great if you start talking politics." And that was fun. Sadly, we didn't get to meet. I did invite to a summer home.
You know, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is me just sort of rambling.
This
is partially just because I've been locked up in quarantine. So remembering traveling is just making me happy.
Dude, like I said, the energy you bring is fucking legendary.
Thank you.
Yo, sorry, yeah.
Oh no, I totally lost. I was going to say ramble on. I lost my train of thought.
I was just going to say, you know, I always thought that was weird for people to keep saying, "Oh, Russia's so racist," because U.S. people aren't racist for like fake reasons. You ever notice that? And it's like Russia that pressure to be fake. If Russians want to be racist, nothing's preventing them from being. They don't have like a political correct. So I feel like when Russians aren't racist, it's more genuine, you know.
And like there's a directness that they're very into. Like they almost kind of fetishize their own directness. I think it's one of their points of pride. And also like they stare. That was the first thing that
same
worried me.
Same thing in China. I heard too. It's the same thing.
Yeah. They just stare at me, and then I was like, "Oh wait, they're staring at everyone. Everyone just stares at each other." And I just stared back at someone, and they had no response. And I'm like, "Okay, staring's not taboo."
I heard that there was the same thing in China, and then they tried to explain it as like the thousands of years old Chinese culture or something. But then you realize it's something very common in all ex-communist or communist countries. So that's an anthropological result of communism, the staring thing. 100%.
The staring, and I was also told the total lack of ideas of personal space.
Yeah,
which is true. They have there was almost none of that. And then I was also told that fights can be really vicious, and they're meant to be very short. And then you're supposed to hug after, like it's like almost a ritual. And the guy was telling me, "Oh, this comes from when we all had to live in these tiny apartment buildings together. You have to be able to make peace fast because you're going to be like shoulder to shoulder with that guy waiting in line for the bathroom in like an hour."
Yeah.
So there's like interesting little like cultural things that just come out of that lifestyle.
I mean,
they weren't bad.
Yeah, and you know, it really gives meaning. These small things, it really gives meaning to the phrase socialist civilization or a communist civilization. It really was a new kind of civilization. It was obviously one
their stories are like, it was different.
It was one that, you know, redeemed and allowed people to be proud of the non-Western civilization of Russia and China and so on. But it was also a unique socialist civilization, you know, on top of that.
It was like, it gave, like Kojev has this thing where he's like, "Oh, socialism, you know, in Russia is like basically 1900s capitalism or 1800s capitalism, you know."
I heard that, yeah.
Like simulated or reborn. But there's a sense that it is, but then given dignity. It's like, it is like a Marxist response to those conditions where Engels is talking about the horror of worker life.
You know, that's...
in Manchester. And you're like, and then you're like, let's do something.
That's fascinating you mentioned that, because this idea of socialism as like the capitalism's past but done right, pretty much, actually kind of makes sense for a lot of other examples too. Not just like, for example, the Soviets were really late on cars, but when they did, their cars, the way they made cars, the cars they made, you know, they were doing it in a different way, you know.
Their strategy was very different. The idea, the idea that everything should be repairable by you.
Yeah, exactly. In a funny way, that's what I mean.
There's stuff in there that is like an American, where you're told
like
you
the
should be
American
self-reliant.
car done right, you know.
Yeah, because there's all this stuff about like self-reliance that we're told, and I like that when someone's like, "Oh yeah, all cars were made so you could repair it at home," and they're like, all sorts of things were made so you could do it yourself, and you owned it, and you owned it outright. Your apartment was just your property; always it was just given to you. And in a funny sense, this sense of property was so like deeply appealing to me. I think as an American, where it's like, yes, this is mine, and I can fix it, and it's my own thing. Yeah. And there's all these statues of these Soviet leaders where it says like, born a bricklayer. Born born in a peasant village, and again, these rags to riches stories. Again, there's something weirdly appealing. There's like a simpatico in these two empires myths. I think for each other's people.
It's like in the U.S. when they always like, how conservatives always extol the virtues of property. Oh, it's mine. Mm-hmm. But in the Soviet Union, they had that. Here we don't have that. We have fake virtue signaling about it, but we don't actually have that. That's why the whole thing about when I said Marx is the first critic of communism, the whole point is that, in a sense, private property is what we associate with communism, bad communism, right? The whole point of communism is that it actually allows us to be truly private. Not using that word, individuals, Only in capitalism with private property are we kind of flatly reduced to a common measure.
Yeah, there's like Mark Fisher, whatever people think of him, had some good points and some annoying points, but one of his points was like, I hated how he called it like capitalist Stalinism or whatever, but it was definitely what we think Stalinism was.
Yeah,
like what we're living, where it's like you don't own anything, you are just this gray, shuffling, person who is constantly controlled by rules, regulations, and shadowy offices. I'm like, yeah, it's our life. The sort of myth of Stalinism is just how we live. It's just we live the bad version. It's not the fun parts.
That's the thing, is like all this dystopian bullshit we throw at China but actually, one thing I did want to get into, following from the thing about the 19th century or doing it right. It's also true that China today, or even after Deng Xiaoping, has accelerated that process, because China, it's not the case anymore. They're doing, something different. But this idea of the copycat products, right? Mm-hmm. It's like this theme of socialist countries just doing it again, but doing it different with a slight. It's something that has persisted with China, even with its market, whatever reforms. Which fascinates me. Not to veer off too much, we can return to the thing, but on that topic of China, I used to be one of those people who just said, oh yeah, China just introduced capitalism and they still just call themselves socialists, but cynically, right? But then I kind of got woke on China, and I realized that not the way the Dengists say it, which is kind of whitewashing, but which is this idea that it's not that China became capitalist, it's that everyone already became socialist. So Chinese socialism was superfluous. It wasn't actually what was essential about socialism. The thing that's essential about socialism, everyone has gotten. So Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics is something beyond. It's not necessarily the old capitalism, and it's not the central planning socialism either. But it's, you know what I mean by that? It's like
Khrushchev says something like really similar, where he's like, Soviets are poor Americans, and then and he's like, and the Americans are rich Soviets. He's like, this is like really. He had more nuance, he had some more stuff, but that's one of his great little quotables. But he had something in those in the lecture he gave in the '60s at Schmidt's behest. He said like the central contradictions like in a capitalist society was like inequality, rich and poor, and so on. He's like, Ford came up with a solution basically, and the capitalist countries have all implemented it in various forms. He's like, they call it social democracy in Europe. In America, they call it capitalism, but in reality, he's like, it's state subsidized. Yeah, he's like, it's their form of it that work fine. And then he's like, but it's still propped up by colonialism. It's still propped up with resource extraction, labor extraction from the third world. And he's like, that is now the central contradiction of like society. And I was like, oh wow, like Khrushchev was a third worldist in the '60s, as a Maoist. He did apparently show up for the Cultural Revolution.
And Maoism was a critique of socialism too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's the interesting thing is like, a lot of people talk about the cultural bullshit as distracting from the substantial stuff. But when you think about it, up to a certain point, after some historical presuppositions were satisfied, Soviet and Chinese central planning was in a way cultural, right? It's like, because it was political, it was cultural. It was like from top down, it was something that came from your head and you wanted to actualize in reality, right? And that's cultural. That's inherently cultural. So it gives the Cultural Revolution a new perspective, but it also should give no Western leftists learn from this, including the DSA type people who are less hardcore, but I'm also including Marxist-Leninists, right, in the U.S. This idea of we see our society, there's something wrong with it, so we want to make society how we want. No, that's purely cultural. That's not an objective, materialistic, or scientific relationship to the mode of production. That's just this is kind of cultural bullshit, you know? Like, that's how you see a lot of American socialists, maybe Chaz is a good example. I don't know what's going on there now. But where they just kind of always obsessing about how things should be. You know, like, this is how we should have toilet paper. This is how we should, we should make sure that the marginalized people their voices are, they're trying to, like, fashion everything in this, not even utopian, because utopianism is like nuclear apocalypse. That's a different conversation. But it's this kind of strange cultural stuff that is completely at odds.
Cultural it's managerialism. It's like a cultural managerialism.
But it's almost like a solipsism that has no respect or care for objective realities.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You encounter that a lot. Like where I live, I'm not like oh man. There are very good parts and there are elements where you're like,
I think it would be good as long as if people knew the place of that this isn't something that you can't say this is the whole of society or the whole of capitalism you're altering. All of this kind of experimentation. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against it a priori, but I have a problem with it when people assume that's a proxy for the whole of society. Like, there are certain objective realities you cannot preemptively create. And Marx and Engels never said we want to create a society. They said in the scientific apprehension and relation to the existing society, a different one would inevitably take shape.
You know? There's a lot on this shit. I just almost just want to yell about because this is so fucking annoying. I'm just thinking of the Chaz thing. I'm thinking of like, I feel like this is something
loud because you're in like the basement right now, right?
Yeah, I'm right below the kitchen. And these walls are paper thin. But I'm trying to. I feel like this is something I'll have to come back to and think about, and I'll post about or something. Because like, how do you? Because on one hand, you could almost like if you watch this, you could almost write it off and say, well, they're just saying repeatedly capitalism, socialism, same thing, everything's the same thing. Shut up, just do what you're doing. It's fine. No, I don't believe that either at all. I do have certain elements where I'm like, no, cultural managerialism is needed and is good. We need forms of it. We need, like we're talking about conspiracy. You need change is always needed. There's contradictions. Shit has to be worked out. There's everything. Everything must change, but at the same time, LARPing and play acting, of course, that's a huge part of what's going on. But there's like I think there's a sense. I watched part of your guys' previous one of the infrared, the link you sent me.
Oh, the episode 1.
Yeah. I was I was like skipping around watching stuff, and there was a part where you were like people were proud of like telling their racist uncle to go fuck themselves. And I think part of the reason why when I was reading the Dugan book, I saw something in there too, is that he's talking about like bohemianism and elitism and like little groups of like not quite affluent, but like mobile young people going to a cafe to say fuck you to society. And that's how their politics started. That was the incubator. I'm like, I think we're maybe, hopefully, if we're lucky, we're probably not lucky, possibly there could be an incubator phase. Yes, they are withdrawing from society, but that's the incubator. Something else comes out from that. Probably some bizarre form of liberalism. Which
what you're saying is deep. There's a depth to what you're saying, because with this whole idea of sending the youth to the countryside, it's not just it happens at once. It's a dialectic at hand. First, you need the negation, and then the negation allows you to have a deeper relation to the concrete. So I think how I interpret what you're saying is it's like you need this incubation phase, and I completely agree with this.
Mm-hmm.
In order to go back to, for example, your family and be able to successfully, go to the people, return to the people. Yeah, I completely agree with you, 100%.
That's the hope, because like the bad part is, you're not doing your duties as a leftist because you're flipping off your racist grandpa and storming out of the house.
Yeah, the reason I'm like talking shit in that thing is because I'm kind of presupposing that. I'm kind of like thinking like, okay, they're already in the incubation and I'm telling them to go back, But what you're saying is right. What you're saying is right.
I think a lot of people are done and they'll this is what they are. But the hope is that you have the people. The self-radicalization and every radicalization comes through these enclaves. It comes from people withdrawing from society. They come in. They basically brainwash. You basically have to brainwash each other, and then you head back out to spread the disease that you've been incubating.
You're completely you're on the money, 100%. It's not simply that. It's never a smooth thing where you're just like, even if you're a peasant, it's never a smooth thing where you're a peasant and then the peasant revolution happens and then communism, right? No, the peasant needs to become a proletarian first and be in these city enclaves, and then I'm skipping a lot of things, then somehow go down, at least metaphysically, to have a people's state,
Yeah, you have to be obnoxious for a while. You gotta be really annoying.
You have to be cringe, No,
I think that's it. I think that if I have any message, I think that may be it. We are in a cringe phase, and we'll continue to be cringe for a very long time.
Yeah, I think my suspicion though is that we've been in the phase since Occupy, or maybe even before for a little bit, and now it's kind of time to get out. But maybe it's really premature what I'm saying,
No, I agree with you. I think it's just that thing you can't predict. True. You don't know what's going. Can't predict. You can't know what's going on. But my hope is that this is one of the mechanisms going on. There's probably many mechanisms going on. But my hope is that one of them is that this sort of what is a form of elitism. Because elitism, like when I watched that weirdo right winger, he's like it's ironic. He said that the most elitist people I've ever met in my life is the Marxist-Leninists. He said because they're vanguardists. And this guy who was talking was a fascist. He's like, what a great idea. This is brilliant.
Yeah. The thing with fascists in relation to communism is like they always formalize too fast. Like they always assume the essence of the vanguard, for example, is some self-referential, so this is the ends or something like that, right? They don't understand how like the vanguard or like let's say the Stalinist dictatorship is not its own content, if that makes sense. It's always enmeshed in something deeper. And fascists never care about that deeper thing. They always just like isolate the superfice and then say that's it. And we should do that. And that's kind of what Nazism was, It isolated the superfice of Bolshevik dictatorship and just became that,
There's the famous line. I have no idea if he really said it. Maybe it's apocryphal, but Hitler was supposed to say like, "Oh, Stalin's nationalized all the factories. I'll nationalize the people itself."
Yeah,
like that was one of his claims. But I'm just thinking about cringe. The cringe. What was it? The cringe autonomous zone. And that I got something to say on the autonomous zone. I was thinking it when I was watching your podcast, your episode, because did you ever have a misfortune of having like a Hakeem Bey phase? Did you ever read that guy?
I know of him and his style and everything, but I never read him.
I read him when I was like a child because his stuff was on the internet just everywhere as like .txt files. And I read the Temporary Autonomous Zone as like a .txt when I was like 12 or something. And then I was like looking at this fucking Chaz thing. And I was like, is this the result of some of the people involved of reading that same fucking .txt? And I'm like, what a beautiful and stupid fucking thing. This is kind of good and kind of cringe, kind of horrible. But it did make me think like maybe there's power in propaganda of .txt files
what
online.
Won me over to thinking Chaz was kind of cool is kind of the opposite of what a lot of leftists are thinking about. It was the fact that all the live streaming footage I saw was literally just random, like strangers, pretty much, that weren't in the collective or part of any organization, just strangers. And it was like a theme park. They were just going around the murals, taking pictures, posing. And then that's what made me kind of think it was cool, Not revolutionary, but cool. Like this theme of this common theme park with no center, no discernible basis of power and so on, that everyone can just come and take pictures. I kind of think it's a little bit deep because, games. I never played Second Life, but I had a PS3 and I played PS Home. You ever play that?
Mm-hmm. No, I played Second Life. So
so Second Life is the same thing. It's like everything is kind of like that,
Mm-hmm. Oh, totally. In Copenhagen, they have a fucking Chaz that started as a Chaz.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. The Christ, something like that.
Yeah, it's like Christia or something. I can't remember.
Or something like that.
But I've been there, and the Chaz, if it survives, will just become that, which is fine. Yeah. It will basically be a strange little people's theme park where you can take a walk through a park and smoke weed in public.
Yeah, I dig it because it's like everyone's going there to take pictures. This is the Chaz. But the actual Chaz, the supposed, doesn't exist. It's literally just the people taking the pictures of the thing. The thing itself doesn't exist. And I kind of dig that.
That is kind of the place in Copenhagen. And ironically, I was told, like, oh, you don't need a business license to sell things here. And that's like, so hilariously, it's almost like the most like little like small like people just selling random. It's like a flea market. It's this very almost
another tidbit. Another thing Chaz reminded me of is that here in Michigan, every year I used to go to them every single year. Even like 2019, I went. I'm kind of maybe I'm doxing myself, but I won't go to the next one, so whatever. But every year they have these haunted campouts. And it's almost similar to Chaz in a way. It's like you stay there overnight, and most of the time in those things, like there's activities where most of the time you're just kind of chilling. And it's almost kind of like an autonomous zone where people are just... It's very, very rare for like a space of some kind just to be dedicated to people chilling, but for no reason and for no... Like the people just have their... People just have their like chairs set up. They got campfires. There's food. And it's like there's no... You can just pretty much dwell. Yeah. That makes sense. You know what I mean? For no reason.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still united by a common theme, in a way.
Yeah. I think you always need a theme or something, but I think like part of what, like we were talking about, like in a way, like, the giant Soviet statues was the dignity of labor and shit. And then the idea of a Chaz or whatever, sort of the unifying theme to me is like Broyes has a great interview where he's talking about capitalism and the American dream, and he called it like a blackmail. He said you're blackmailed into thinking of yourself as a human startup who must always be accelerating into the future, building more and more and doing more and more, and become, you're not allowed to rest. You're not allowed to just sort of look at yourself in the mirror and be like, I can't do that much. I'm pretty limited. I'm just a schmo. I'm just some guy. You're not allowed to do that very often. So in a way, I think the irony is when we are allowed to do that, it feels like revolutionary and exciting.
And
wow, nothing's expected of me.
Those places I go to, that I would go to every year, they're all like working class people. All of them, like in Michigan,
I bet.
Yeah, they all are, because you can tell that kind of striving is there, that.
Because here in Utah, people love to camp because everyone's like, I don't have to worry about anything. You just go in the mountains and they literally just, I was telling like, what are you doing camping? He's like, I lay down. He's like, I just hang out in like the woods and lay down.
The fun thing about this thing though is it's like, it's not really camping because it's not like wild in the woods. It's like people are still united when they're there. Like you could just walk up to anyone and just be friends pretty much. Because you're in this same space and under the same theme. And it's kind of similar. And camping is a little bit different because usually you go with someone you know or privately. And there's still differentiate. That's why I kind of thought it was similar. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's funny. There's a lot of 90s stuff feels like coming back. In the 90s, rave culture was like, going in America, and like reading like Hakeem Bey is his real name, I think it's Lamborn Wilson, some creepy pedophile or something. He got outed, but he was trying to attach himself to rave culture in a way because he was like this crusty anarchist, really old anarchist person. And reading, I feel like a lot of that's coming back because their just demand was this communal space. You read the British people, got into like the tiniest pseudo Twitter beef. What's his name? Xenogoth, that guy.
I think I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, because I said something I think slightly disparaging about British rave or whatever. He's like, you don't get it. This is like the post-capitalist imaginary. This is blah, blah, blah. And I can kind of agree. I'm like, because that's what we're describing. Big room, tons of people. You don't know them, but you're friends now. You're family now. You just are. And you don't, there's not really expectations at the same time. And when you talk to anarchists and stuff, when they're appealing, when I like agree with them, sometimes one of them like described it perfectly, where they were like, "Oh, you should just deserve care," and that's about it. And I'm like, that's nice. I like that. Yeah. That's good.
It's like it's nice abstractly, or not necessarily abstractly, but like on face value. The problem for me is like, what are the deeper implications?
Absolutely. You know? That's why I would never call myself. That's why I don't call myself an anarchist at all. I don't agree with a lot of like certain I see, at least theoretically, a lot of ideas don't make sense to me.
Honestly, could really sorry, you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, but that basic idea of like, oh, you deserve care. And then I later saw Mark Fisher saying, Mark Fisher was like, "Oh, what's communism?" He said it's the idea that of basically care without demand without expectation in a way. The bare bones of a welfare state is just like you should eat, you should be able to sleep in a dry, warm place. That's the least we can give you.
That's why for me, it's almost like communism is not even really radical at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how Badiou says, there's no reason to live if you're not It's like, oh shit, hold on, my fucking sound went off for a sec. Plug it back in. But as long as you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, when Badiou says, sorry, like when I said earlier about communism or leftism in the U.S. being a kind of Satanism, like this edgy thing. For me, to call myself a communist or to identify this way, and so let me see if the sound is working again. Yeah, it's working.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. It works. It's not even really an edgy thing to me, like where it's like I'm doing something so radical and at odds with the world. To me, it's just something that's so common sense, so basic, that I don't even bring it up to people. I rarely will ever bring it up. There's almost no circumstance, even when I'm talking about politics, because it's like, the way I look at it is almost like everyone would understand this if they had to like go through the annoying process of like discovering and all this education, whatever. Like, you would get what I'm saying if you spent the time to. But since you don't have the time or you're not interested in doing that, it's better to express. One of the things I'm actually really big on is this kind of redeeming this idea of nobility and virtue and leadership and those kinds of things, or that you saw in Maoism and Stalinism, especially, which is to show people what communism is by example, even in terms of like what kind of person you are. So it's like that trust thing is another big thing to me when it comes to that too. It's like, instead of trying to explain people to persuade them to be communists or whatever, you should show them what type of person it makes you are, and then they can find out later, oh, that this person was a communist. How could that be? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think like when you read the history of some of like when you read like some black authors, like why they became involved with the communist movement. For some of them, it was because we're at a rally and like the only like white guy there who was willing to stand and get the shit kicked out too was trying to be a communist party guy. Or there's other things where it's like it was like an all black group, where they like the people who had like a really good analysis of why we were so mad turned out to be communists. I went to a meeting. Like you get a lot of that. It's just basic stuff. It's like it appealed to me because it offered something.
Yeah, but I feel like
I think that's real quick. I think that's why anarchism is also sort of is a growing thing, is a big thing in America, because you see protests and it's like people are mad. They're like, oh, who burns things? Oh, anarchists. Okay, well, I guess I should go see them. I don't fault people for that, for that attraction to that idea. It makes perfect sense if you're just fucking mad. And a lot of people, especially if they're young, are really fucking justifiably just furious.
True. Yeah. That's definitely like the appeal to anarchy. I know people who called themselves anarchists in the past who didn't know anything about that. But I think there's another nefarious rise of anarchism, so to speak, in the US, which is also about, I'm too scared, or I'm too scared to identify with communism.
Oh, yeah,
the bad Stalinism. So I'm going to be more morally consistent as everyone just comes and goes. I'm going to be more morally consistent as an anarchist.
Oh yeah, I like when moving into this house, I had to get like embedded in, because I met a friend through my job at the time, and then they're like, oh, you need a place to live. Well, I live in this anarchist collective, and we've talked about politics a little bit. You seem fine. Let's come on over, and we'll talk you in, basically. And I did, and I moved here. But one of the things that we would talk about all the time is they're like, why the fuck? Because at the time I was like, what's your politics? And I was just lazy. I was like, oh, I'm just a tanky. And they're like, why? What the fuck is the appeal? What makes sense? Is it just because tanks are cool and you like and guns and nice khaki uniforms? I was like, well, those things are definitely aesthetically appealing. I'd be lying if they weren't. But to me, it seemed just the logical conclusion of a lot of leftist ideas. Because I'm like, let's start thinking about what we talk about as leftists. We want this, we want this, we want. Like, I just talk about like this, like what we just like earlier I call it like cultural like managerialism or whatever. Let's talk about cultural managerialism. Let's talk about revolution. You're an anarchist. You say you want a revolution. How do you defend the revolution?
It's like
that's where things get really nasty, really ugly. Because it's like, we're being subverted, and there's spies, and there's this. How do we root out spies? We need spies to root out, spies. So then you have an intelligence agency. And once you have an intelligence, it's just the logic of organization is what I saw.
But then there's the way that anarchists or liberals think is that it's basically what I would I'm LaRouche, pinning it back to the Anglo-Saxon dogmatism. Then when they would say, oh, so you just want the same thing we have now, but with a red flag.
Yep.
But the problem is that the problem is that exactly. The problem is that they think they take for granted their supposed knowledge of the essence. Like the essential thing is, the fact that there's not police, tanks, right? Or military, right? That's the essential thing. No, that's not. The whole point of communism is to exhume, I think is the word, the actual essence. Like you don't, like just because they'll say like, for example, oh, the Soviet Union, oh, that was communist. So then why was there still repression in jails? But they're the ones who have elevated jails and so on as the essence. When in fact, the existence of repression in capitalism and so on, all this ugly shit that people can immediately see as like, oh, it's illegitimate. It only attests to something deeper. It itself is not the content of the internal contradiction of capitalism. That's the whole point of scientific socialism, is that the contradiction at hand that is not between my morality and society. These discontinuities in the prevailing ideology and morality and all these kinds of things should deliver me to a scientific apprehension of the contradiction.
I think it goes in a way back to aesthetics. It becomes completely image-based, where it's like they want to argue image to image. Is sort of it, because it's like, look at this, you have this image of tanks and planes and shit versus our image of stores and barbecues. Who's gonna, which is superior? When in reality, of course, America was always the bigger military, on and on. It's not a lot. It's not Ben Shapiro. It's not the facts of the logic thing. It's an image argument. It's also an argument, I think. Wyndham Lewis has a saying. I guess he was a self-hating English person, because he's got stuff in that book where he talks about.
That's what I'm saying. Gems,
Yeah, he said like vile. He's like vile Anglo race chauvinism, I think is what he calls analytic philosophy, basically, which I thought was pretty hilarious. Race chauvinism. Yeah, but he's talking about the image of rulership. He said in fascist Italy and Soviet Russia, he said it's this idea: the leader is there, he speaks to you. He said he's like in the UK. Leader is the parliament, and there's the king and the queen, and there's it's this dispersed, bland, vague thing, and that is supposed to be your freedom. Your freedom
to
is
hide
that you're
from
not
the fact that there's a state,
Yeah, he said basically your freedom is that the state doesn't speak directly to you; it just does things, and occasionally says you gave permission. And he's like, in the other place, he's like, the leader is declaiming loudly. You must be in dialogue with the leader too. You must respond. You must agree, or disagree, if maybe suffer the consequences, but you must have a response. And he was trying to explain like why is like communism and fascism rising in the UK. He's like, because people want to speak to power, and I think that's the QAnon movement. I think that's anarchism. I think that's a lot of things in America right now. People want power to speak to them, and they want to speak to it. They want to know what the fuck's going on, or that something's going to happen, or that anything even can happen, and power and
That reminds me of Hegel's work, I think 1831, on the English reforms, and how he described England as really, Hegel was panicked, almost kind of terrified of the fact that England is a country without a state, doesn't have a real state. But I think a lot of anarchists would probably call me a fascist. And probably a lot of Marxists would do it too. And I think the reason for that is because on this topic, what I set about to do is to discover, and for the first time, and it's kind of seems like this is coming from a left field, it's like it's not that significant, that statehood, or the community of what I call a community of labor, statehood has an objective significance. Mm-hmm. And that sounds not controversial, but when I say statehood as such has an objective significance, it almost kind of is in the lane, but I'm completely opposed, but in the lane of Hobbes, who grounds statehood, Leviathan and so on, in these kind of classical mechanics and geometry, which is Satanism. But for me, it's kind of similar. Statehood is not the purely subjective reality. The state itself has some objective reality, some objectivity to it. And I think the reason this is unprecedented in Marxism, to clarify, is because within the traditional framework of Marxism, it's only one kind of state can be presupposed, which is the English parliamentary universal citizen. And then here, everything happens, right? The class distinction is at this site. Capitalism is at this site of the one who is universal before the law, this kind of subject.
Yeah.
But today, for example, even if you think about the trade wars, how do Marxists come to terms with trade wars? Demand today, because maybe I'm wrong, I'm stupid. Doesn't, in a way, the law of value kind of break down?
Trade war?
Yeah, in trade war. For example, like if a country has a lower currency, and this whole currency politics thing, which Bitcoin and all this bullshit is involved in. If a country has a lower currency, a currency of a lower value, it gives it an industrial edge. Mm-hmm. There's no, like the fact that there's no universal price system, and yet there's still a universal global order. Mm-hmm. Doesn't this poke some holes in the theory of value, even just intuitively? Like, doesn't the theory of value presuppose a universal price within some kind of single community of?
I'm really not sure, because on one hand, I don't know. I think who I would look at for this, I think revisiting Lenin's book on imperialism, because he directly talks about, I think, war, literally, but also trade and trade wars. So he talks about how trade war will escalate to real war because they are trying to clarify,
when I say traditional Marxists, I mean pre-Lenin.
Okay. You know what? I don't know. Marx on currency devaluation, if that's a thing, would be fascinating. You should definitely get Ed Berger.
Oh,
you should definitely invite
him.
I
want to have him on as soon as possible. Like maybe
because he could actually probably answer that for you, because he actually knows the economics really fucking well.
No, yeah, I think what I mean is Marx. I'm not saying Marx. This was a limit for Marx. I think Marx's third volume of Capital, he was getting there. He just didn't finish it. But the last thing he left off is so fascinating, was on the formation of classes. How do classes come to be? How can they be defined? So unfortunately, that's where he died, and he wasn't able to finish that. But then he was also going to get into what I know, empire, polity, all these kinds of things he never got into. But I just see a kind of common dogmatism within a lot of Marxists where they don't give states, or what I call communities of labor, any objective significance. There's just one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's why I liked Jehu so much. Did you ever get into that guy? This blog? And
I never got too deep into him. I just know of him very vaguely. But I know what he's about.
I really recommend going back to his older blog posts and just skipping around reading stuff, starting from not the beginning, but I don't know, 20s, maybe 15. When Syriza starts to break down is when he seems to get really fucking just furious and good. But he has parts
that was a breaking point. Syriza was a huge thing. Breaking point.
But he talks about fascism a lot. He refers to almost every state as fascist.
Yeah, like, that's one of the things I do know him for that, and that's kind of why I disagree with him a little bit.
there's plenty to disagree with him, and
but he's still really interesting. And
oh yeah,
something I really like about Jehu is that I always considered myself in his lane, not because I agree with him theoretically that much per se, but his attitude toward prevailing Marxism is the same as mine. Like the same rage he feels is the same one I feel. The same.
That's why.
The same ostracization he faces is the same one I face. So that's why I consider him like we're both heterodox. Although he knows a lot more about political economy and stuff than me,
Oh yeah, he knows a million times more than me. But that's why I always like that guy too, because he's just so fucking mad and disgusted, and and points out the endless bullshit and self pity and backpatting and shit.
You notice most Marxists, and maybe I should just say, so when I say Marxists, it's always in quotes. Most Marxists can never dig up the basis of their position just straight up from their heart like that. You ever notice like whenever Marxists speak, there's always a metonymy, if I'm not pronouncing that right. They're always deferring to someone else's knowledge. And he's one of the few people that just straight up says, no, this is it. I'm an individual. I believe this directly. There's no institutional mediation going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's just, he's a Protestant. It's just him in the book.
Exactly.
He's got Capital, and he can tell you about it because he read it. And volume 1 through 3, back and front, which I
like he's an example of an actual individual, which is very rare, who reads this shit and can spit it out to you in common sense terms and still retain being like grounded on. Very few people can stay grounded. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's like when people enter this realm, they almost become like angelic.
Yeah, because you enter this realm of pure imagination. You enter the second life of your mind. It's
exactly.
Second life. Yeah. That's why people make fun of. I think why people write to make fun of the people who play those paradox games. Like Hearts Iron 4 and shit like that all the time, because that is like a game version of that angelic thinking, where it's like, I'll do this and this, and the magic world will happen. And I won't see the details.
A game I used to play a lot was Skyrim. I have like 500 hours on that shit.
Oh, wow.
This was like in high school,
Yeah.
So I was young. But it was like that, It was like living out this kind of second life.
And you're like,
I never took it too seriously, but I did LARP through that game. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah.
Not in a serious way, but not in a way where I took it seriously. But like I did say, like, what did I would do? I'd be like, Skyrim's a feudalism, so I have to become the emperor who like the centralizer and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like you can sort of, even if you're like only half serious, you can play out those because it's an urge.
Yeah,
it's an urge to want to set bad things right. I think it's cringe. It's embarrassing, but I don't think it's terrible.
But it is necessary. I think it was necessary for me. I grew out of that definitely, and I see how a lot of leftists haven't. It's kind of something like.
There's always be people who don't, but at the same time, there's fucking teenagers and shit on Twitter right now, and there's people like being like, "Oh, this meme is so stupid," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's stupid, but." It may be having a good effect. They may roll their eyes in a few years and be like, oh my God. But if it got you a little closer to accepting the ideas that meme is sort of like masking, that's great. That's really good. It's embarrassing.
But it is like a hard transition to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's necessary,
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's hard, but you can only do it after passing through the cringe, I think.
Mm-hmm. And some people will always be left behind. Cringe them.
Exactly.
Was that guy Jason Unruh or whatever? The guy there'll always be that guy.
Yo,
there'll always be him.
Dude who's like, that dude. Listen, he's been around for a while. Because in 2010, I remember him in 2010.
Yeah, he's an elder statesman.
And it's really surprising how he isn't more significant than he is for how long he's been around. And
he's got like self-published books, and like he's got like Fallout and Skyrim mods. He's made too.
That he made.
He's a modder. Yeah, he's a modder now.
No fucking way.
Yeah, Sword World is modding. Which makes perfect sense, like we were just talking about. It's like the LARPing and shit.
I heard that he converted to Islam. Is that true?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. It seems to be like a path for a lot of those people, because I think it's like we were talking about. It's like, this like total rebellion or Satanism, whatever.
No,
like, what's America's enemy?
True, and that's kind of why a lot of white people converting to Islam, as someone who comes from that background, it's kind of really cringe to me.
In Russia, it's a big thing for right-wingers to convert to Islam, I found out.
Like, for right-wingers?
Among Dugin Circle, quite a few converted to Islam, Shia Islam specifically, because they were obsessed with Iran.
Dugin, and then also, he writes about that, yeah.
And also, the anti-fascist scene in Russia apparently has a lot of people who would convert to Islam. They were left-wingers, but they would convert to Islam because they were like, we're straight edge, we're against alcohol, we're against capitalism.
That's fascinating. Russia has an interesting history with Islam, and I think you know it's a multi-religious, I would say, empire. You know, it had some kind of affinity with the Islamic thing, you know. But the reason I find it cringe in the U.S. is because they're just doing it to rebel against the Protestants. That's kind of why I find it a little bit cringe. But it is weird because, you know, I think the prevailing thing on the left still is Catholicism, right? In the U.S.
Yeah. I think it is, and it makes sense. And like, it was kind of funny. There was like a year where I felt like half my like Twitter like commie friends all converted to Catholicism. Some have been raised that way and were returning, but still, it's like, wow, some religious wave just swept through all these people. It's like, I was raised just atheist. My parents are with ex Southern Baptist. My dad, maybe she's coming back. I don't know. So QAnon seems to bring people back to religion. That seems to be part of its power. And then my dad's like an ex-Catholic who just has no time for religion at all. So I was always raised with religion being this kind of like a blind spot for me. I never quite got it. I can understand some of the urges that like, I think that's why politics like appeal to me, because I'm like, oh, I can believe in a transcendent, like I can believe in something bigger than myself now. Fantastic. I needed that. Atheism on its own is stifling.
Yeah, I mean, I think every... Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think every communist atheist, right? It's not the same as a new atheist. I think every communist atheist understands religion.
You know? I think you have to.
Like, for example, I'm an atheist, but I come from a Shia Muslim background. And it's like, that's a language I understand, you know? But it's just... I think the whole thing in the Soviet Union was that people think of it as like a brutal atheism, but the whole point was it almost allowed religion to survive. You know? Because it disallowed religion to be explicit in the state and all these kinds of things. So the real like kernel of religion was able to subsist. And I kind of find it disappointing a little bit. Like a lot of people who are not even from Catholic backgrounds convert to Catholicism, because I always liked Orthodox Christianity more. You know? Yeah. I always thought it was more closer to a left.
I know very little about like Orthodox. So it was very interesting in Russia seeing the Orthodox churches and sometimes seeing people just walking, stop, and cross themselves. And I was talking to a Russian. I was like, wow, people seem very religious here. And he's like, they're not. They've never been to church. He's like, he's basically, we're superstitious. And I was like, that's good. That's
I guess you could say that about me too. I'm like a totally atheist, but like I'm a little bit superstitious. Like there's lines I just won't cross. You know?
I think my mom would call herself an atheist, but there's like, I don't like to say God. I was just not raised to say it in vain. And she's like, and why tempt fate?
I think that's how I think too. Why tempt fate? You know,
like why play with these things?
Like I won't restrict myself to doing things I normally do. Or I want to do, but like I won't go out of my way to like sacralize religion, you know, because I feel like I'll get bad luck.
Yeah. I was thinking with Catholicism. Did you ever read any Graham Greene? He was
Graham Greene. No, I don't know. I never read him.
He was mostly like a novelist, like a British guy. He's some sort of weirdo intelligence agent at one point, I think too. So was his brother. He smuggled guns to Castro, which was nice.
Wow.
And possibly smuggled British guns to Vietnam, which is a really strange history, to North Vietnam. But he wrote all these. He was a communist and a Catholic and a huge, creepy weirdo, as British authors seemingly almost always are.
Yeah.
But there's a part in one of his books I remember. I only read it like 2 or 3. But there's one I remember where a guy is like in church, like goes into a church. He's not really religious, but he sees the crucifix, like a really old like wooden crucifix where Jesus is depicted like twisting and writhing. It's one of those like old European churches, you know, where it's like. It's meant to show agony. And he's just like, oh, this feels great because this is so strict and so scary and so stern. And I need something in my life to come down on me and tell me no and tell me what to do and give me restriction. And that's also why he joins the Communist Party, because he's like, someone's telling me to shut up. He's like, this feels great.
I will say some good words about Catholicism. So the first one is that when I mentioned about the Anglo problem thing or whatever, there is an association of Catholicism with communism by extension, right? Because Catholicism represents what was lost, you know, in Europe specifically. That's a short thing. The second thing, building off of that, actually, is that not a lot of people neglect this history, but post-Reformation, I've never seen anyone make this association. Wasn't the idea of the virtuous French Republic, Robespierre's virtue, but even just the Republic in general, the French Revolution, the whole thrust of it, wasn't that a revenge of Catholicism against Protestantism? Because that's how I interpret it. The Republic is an aesthetic object, similar to Catholicism's sacred mysteries and so on. You know, and another thing about that too is that Rousseau, and this is really beautiful, not a lot of people know this. Not a lot of people know Rousseau. He grew up as a hardcore Calvinist upbringing, and that terror, that horror, that inhuman shit he went through from the strict Calvinist upbringing compelled him to become who he was, who he's famous for. And his position which wasn't a return to Catholicism, but basically was more like, who cares? You know, the whole divide is bullshit. It's not fundamental enough. It made him more dangerous than the atheist Voltaire.
Yeah, I read a book on it was like a psychologist who worked for like the fucking State Department, writing about the Red Brigades in Italy, psychological profiles, and like trying to build like a psychometric blah 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 thing for agents. It was a fascinating fucking book. And there's a part where he's like, almost all of the most hardcore agents were ex-Catholics who at some point had been devout. Ulrika Meinhof was I think it was the daughter, of like a Protestant preacher or something like that. She came from a very religious background, was a Christian socialist. And then at a certain point, she's like, Christian socialism is not anti-imperialist enough because we want to end the war itself. We must end the atom bomb. We must end this and that. How do we do that? Well, we have to go blow some people up, basically. We have to follow the logic. And she ended up an atheist eventually, but she still had come from a place of religious conviction. And I think the psychology, the need for something total, for something real, for the belief in the belief in justice and even to the desire to have a moral certainty that is also backed by action, that is connected to other things, that is total, I think that's to me the good part of like religious.
I'll give you the basis of Marxist theism. It's not theism, it's still atheism, but not a lot of people again made this association. Again, my whole thing is against substantialism. People thought material meant substantial, but it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. Material just means the deeper, the real content, you know? It doesn't say that content is a self-standing substantial form, which is what the Hobbesian and British materialist position. People associate materialism with atheism, right? Which is true, it's true. Like, on face value, it's true. But if we probe it deeper, can't it also be the opposite? Isn't idealism, which posits, again, the substantial, self-referential, self-standing form, pure form, doesn't that foreclose the possibility of any beyondness, of any God? Because God is not the notion or idea of a God, you know? Or just this religious relation to God is not some wholly intelligible thing.
I took a class on medieval philosophy, which basically was like medieval theology, and we read like Christian thinkers and we read like some like Islamic thinkers. And what's so interesting is this is where there was a big clash, I noticed, is where Islamic thinkers and only a few Christian thinkers like Occam were able to say like God could be unknowable, God can be so complex that he's actually simple because we don't know the mechanisms. He just is done because we can't know. But there were others who came from this sort of like Aristotelian, to go back to LaRouche, and were trying to have us. They were trying to be, you know, the total idealist. We can know everything. Saying had to work out this incredible science of God. And to me, that made no fucking sense. Because I'm like, listen, if we're talking about a true all-powerful thing, no, we can't know. We have to at a certain point be like, nah, it just is.
And that's why materialism is closer, right? Because the whole point of materialism is that at the moment you think you've conquered with your head, your thoughts, there's still a material, like how Lacan says, there's something in the real. There's a meaning in the real.
I was thinking about something like that today, like materialism, this idea like like Lenin quoted Engels quoting Heraclitus was, the world is a flame constantly like ebbing and flowing. There's always movement. That's like the one thing we can know. And I was playing this stupid PC game I'm a little obsessed with right now called Children of a Dead Earth. It's basically a physics game. It's war in space, but it follows like Newtonian physics. So you have to work out your fucking orbits. And like it's really complex and stupid. But I was reading like the little tutorials, and it said like the opening says relationality in space, and it says like everything in space is relative. It's like there's no central vantage point. There's no middle. There's no anything. You just have to pick one. You just arbitrarily. It's like you just and that's your point of reference. All reference points in space are completely relative and meaningless and arbitrary. And I just like my mind like and everything. All these points of reference are constantly in motion. They never ever fucking stop ever. And I was like, that's amazing. It's like physics. It's that Heraclitean. That's a terrible sounding word. Idea like there in physics. Like I'm sure that's very obvious. There's probably some philosophy 10/10 thing, but there's something very beautiful about that little moment.
And he'd hate it, and he'd be right to hate it because it's kind of wrong. But if we can have fun thinking and supervise, right? Yeah. That's why Lenin was actually more of a devout, more closer to Orthodox Christianity or maybe religion than his opponents, the God Builder. What's his name again? Is it Lukacharsky? Was that his name?
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and his idea of God building was this kind of God as something intelligent, and Lenin's complete kind of violent rejection of this was he would never admit it, and he'd be right not to admit it because it's not true. But you could say from a superficial perspective, Lenin was keeping the flame of religion alive when he did this.
I think I've seen arguments almost made like that. There's a book called The Mind and Face of Bolshevism, which is really good. It's meant to be critical. It's meant to be a condemnation.
Are you talking about the one with the checkerboard cover? That's like
I think so. It's got like mine has like a yellow cover.
Oh no, I'm thinking of I think the one I'm thinking of is an American right-wing conspiracist who wrote about the Bolshevik occultism and. Yeah.
Oh, I think I have that book too. My Face of Bolshevism is like a French, some French anti-Bolshevik, like socialist, I think. Maybe he became a liberal, but he writes about like the religious aspects of like Bolshevism. And he's writing, I think, in the 30s.
Yeah.
And he's talking about Lenin. He's talking about how Lenin, he said, is a sort of priest king, of the theocracy. And he's making the usual things, but there's parts where he talks about the idea of like unknowability or of like this like motion is more important than knowing. We just have to act. We have to do that. He's talking about all these different these sort of the psychology of religion, the spirit of it, the emotion and the range and the power is like there that he's describing in Leninism.
It's like the real essence of religion, which Marx said was the human essence. Is what survived. And I saw a YouTube comment on a Soviet song. And it was so beautiful how the Russian, I had to translate how they put it. They said something praising Soviet communism, saying, I can't describe it. It was a non-religious path to God. It was a path to God by non-spiritual means.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. I like saved it because it's like, I've never heard this, but it's so perfect that it should be saved.
Very elegant little phrase.
Relevant to this, speaking of the Hobbes, Hobbes is for me the worst. His notion of God is corporeal. His idea of God is that God is a corporeal. Isn't that fucking disgusting and crazy?
Wait, I don't know much about Hobbes except through shit.
Yeah, Hobbes says that even God is corporeal.
That's a part of Mormonism.
Oh, is
Mormons don't believe in spirit. Everything is actually a form of material.
Yeah, Hobbes' metaphysics, to me, it's pure Satanism. Pure Satanism and evil.
I said that about Mormonism when I was talking to someone.
It probably is then, if it's like that, yeah.
So I was like, you guys don't believe in spirit, but you believe in matter. I'm like, that seems like an inversion. And isn't the whole point of Satanism?
I'll tell you why it's terror. I'll tell you a dream I had. So I had a dream a year ago. No, it was in October, November. And I was in a school of some kind. It's not really relevant. And I would walk. This is such a conservative dream. I would be walking around. It'd be like one of those high schools where you just can walk the lockers and like you can just. It's not the one I went to. It's a weird one. You can like walk around like that. The whole like school in a circle.
Yeah.
And it wasn't school. It was some kind of party going on. And every time I'd walk, people would be like horrifically mutilated. And I'd be like, "Wait, this is probably normal, this is just the thing going on." But then every time I'd walk around again and be more and more grotesque, and I'd be like, "Okay, am I gonna be? Is this gonna happen to me?" Because like you could see people had knives and were so. It's like that Hellraiser movie. They were so casually mutilating themselves and shit. And it just felt like at any moment they could just stab me and they wouldn't feel anything. So it would take so little for someone to stab me and me to be victim. So eventually I went up like the stairs. This was what was spooky as fuck. So fucked up. I went up and then there was a platform and there was just empty black space. It's just one floor with empty black space and a bed. I don't know why there was a bed there. But then I saw in the space a booming voice, but then some strange geometrical object that was giving me a headache just thinking about it and looking at it. And then the voice said, "We're creating the mind of God."
Very Hellraiser sort of dream.
It is, but it wasn't the Leviathan thing from Hellraiser. I thought it was that, but I remembered it wasn't. It was almost because I think it's not an innocent dream. I'm obviously dabbling in all this bullshit, like Pythagoreanism and all that kind of stuff. It was some kind of strange triangle, but also a square. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
It was a triangle square. It was both at once. And I think the gist was this. This people talk about AI and all this stuff. The kind of gist was this idea that somewhere out there, the elites, the Illuminati, whatever. I don't believe this shit. It's a dream. You understand?
Yeah.
The reptiles, whoever, what they're trying to do is recreate. They're trying to create the mind of God, pretty much.
They are.
Yeah.
I think they are. Like, there's a it makes me think of those Days X games if you ever played them, where there's an AI in Area 51 or whatever. That's going to be the mind of, but becomes the mind of the entire world eventually.
But it's like the goal of the Enlightenment and modernity.
Yeah.
The conclusion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Leviathan, this mass, this consciousness, this total like universal enlightenment. God, there's an article by Bruce Sterling, I like quite a bit. Sci-fi writer, but he also writes about like culture and shit. He's one of those interesting people where he's known fucking everyone. He knew that Novikov guy, that artist. Like he'd been in that apartment. It was very strange. But he wrote an article about AI people in like the people trying to build AI in Silicon Valley, and he's like, they talk about ethics in AI. He's like, that's bullshit. He said it's like ethics in bomb making. That doesn't fucking exist. He's like, but what they won't admit, he's like, what frustrates me is that their goal is a spiritual transcendent goal. He's like, because when you talk to them, they are so animated and so passionate about building a mind, about building this thing. And he's like, that's not the practical point of AI. The practical point of AI is to figure out better marketing and better management. Like, they don't talk about that. What thrills them, what seems to give them this passion and that makes them that drives them in their little crusade, is the idea that by creating the AI, we will know ourselves and we'll know the world, and they will
knowledge.
There's a very weird alchemisty, occulty.
But the reason it terrified me wasn't because I thought they would be successful, is because I saw it as just the death of life. That's why. That's how I interpret all the mutilation. It's like they think that they're reaching some absolute, some horizon of the absolute, when in the reality they're just killing. They're just mutilating them, destroying, and. The thing, it is a kind of really conservative dream if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's like this kind of entropic kind of, I don't know if that would be called entropic, right? Like mutilation and just kind of, it's almost like, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. God damn it. Fuck. Yeah, like basically the whole point is that they wouldn't be successful. Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted to get into. And the thing that brings to mind for me is Elon Musk's thing, Neuralink. I don't think he's going to be successful, but do I think it might produce something really grotesque and disgusting? Even the thought of it is grotesque. I don't think it'll ever... I don't ever think it'll be successful, but this idea of like drilling shit into people's heads, it's such a grotesque...
they do that.
modernity.
Like, there's already like, because they've done experiments with epileptics.
Yo, I think I saw the pictures you shared, right? You shared pictures, right? I saw that. I did see that.
It's called the Utah Array. It's developed here. We got big Air Force bases. I am fascinated by this shit because I read this book during like quarantine, my first months in quarantine. I read this book. It's called like Russia. It's like the Russian idea of immortality. It's about the cosmos and all that shit. But it links cosmos stuff to modern.
To clarify, a lot of that bad dream and stuff I had, it came from that because back in the day, I used to be into the Russian cosmos, and I used to think, Stalinism was bad. Stalinism was, the deviation from the real thing. And so I was I was a total like transhumanistic type of I'm not scared of it per se now, but it's just like I have a deeper, but yeah, Russian cosmism, that's where all and Malevich too,
I used to be super into that shit too when I was like a teenager. I read about transhumanism and shit. So there's a Russian company called, it used to be a company, now it's the State Design Bureau, basically. It's called I think it was called Neuronet. That was it. And the whole point of Neuronet was to link people to computers. That has been the goal for probably fucking forever. You can argue philosophically that it's like, one of the ultimate goals of like human beings. The Neuronet thing is so fascinating because on one hand you have this shit that was fascinating too because the guy keeps quoting Lenin and shit, and like that's kind of fun. That's a sort of their version of the Neuralink guy is this bizarre Buddhist Lenin. He quoted Lacan as well quite a bit too.
Wow.
And they were very fucking interesting, and they were having like real results too. Like they weren't just serious; they were like scientists. They were having real results, like linking people's computers, and they got people to type, with their minds and blah blah blah. Like we're going to create telepathy. What was so interesting is this guy when they're interviewing him, he's like, "What's your goal?" And he's like, "My goal," he says, "is to try and link human minds to computers, and then use that computer's bridge to link all human minds together into a giant collective consciousness." He's like, and then he said, "We will have a horrible conflict." He's like, because he said there will be like a global fucking bug. There will be a fly buzzing.
I have silverfish problems, so.
But there was like, all minds will be linked, and then there'll be this horrible conflict because he said some minds probably won't survive. It won't be fit for this this collective consciousness, and there will be like this. He said it'll be very Buddhist. He said it'll be like the Buddhist version of hell, where you have like the Yamantaka that scourges the weak parts off and leaves your pure soul. It was this bizarre fucking very spiritual Buddhist idea, and he said at the end we will find out that the individual was always an illusion. And we will be one being.
What you're describing, sorry, I don't want to cut you off. But what you're describing in this idea of this is kind of the conclusion of humanity. Even communism is what I used to think this was communism in the past. These kinds of things, these thoughts and stuff, this is what led me to take the Stalin pill 2 years ago or something, where I realized that the whole point of Marx's critique was against this. You can read Marxism and its whole significance of Marx as a critique of the flat universalism that began in England, which some people can call communism, and that's why I say he's the first critic of communism, because the whole point of Marx is that the universal can't determine its premises, and this is a contradiction. This is why the proletariat has significance, because the proletariat is the living proof that, for example, the rationalistic state cannot consciously fashion its own premises. The premise always enters into contradiction with the conclusion. So like everything, so even this idea, like, why are there individuals? Why can't it just be one mind? The whole point of Marxism is to allow us to understand the objectivity of this contradiction between the particular and the universal, the individual and the collective, And that's why Stalinism and Maoism too, in its own way, was not this flat universalism that was imposed on everyone. The whole thing about the kolkhozes was that it was an exception to universal state planning. The kolkhozes were technically a form of private property. Not private property, sorry, non-state property. And in Economic Problems of the USSR, Stalin even writes, there's an assumption that's made that the kolkhozes will eventually just be sovkhozes and everything will be state property. But why is it assumed that the future of communism lies in our state property? Shouldn't we learn from the kolkhozes that this could also point to forms of communist association in the future? Like, why do we assume that the particular will just be absorbed in this. And that's why also when it comes, I became less interested in transhumanism, not because it scares me and I'm against it, but because I thought with the rise of AI and all this kinds of stuff, doesn't this also open up a new, deeper relation to the ancient and the natural in a way? Like, the past isn't set. We don't actually know the past. We can know the past, have a deeper... That's why, what's that beautiful project that Lysenko is going to be involved? The Great Plan for the Transformation of Nature.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And this is the conclusion of Stalinistic industrialization. Is this kind of... And ecologists today look at that and they say, wow, Stalin was a five-head, you know?
Though Ed sent me this article that was fucking amazing. It was talking about how the only country in the world that was addressing global warming was the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
And they addressed it. Stalin's lifetime, one of his last directives was like, we need a plan for ecology to save, ecological,
Yeah, and it's like, that's why there's no contradiction between futurism. I like Dugin's term, archaeofuturism. There's no contradiction between this futurism and enthusiasm for machines and all this. I still am there, but there's no contradiction between that and a deeper relation to nature, I think.
I agree. There's a letter from Marx, one of his last. That is the one where he talks about the Russian communes. That's one of those last things he wrote.
It's and where the most important too. One of the most important things in Marx.
And I think that is an archaeofuturism that he's talking
100%,
about.
100%. Marxism itself, my whole argument is that Marxism is archaeofuturistic.
Mm-hmm.
Like Marx, this is what Marx only discovered the content of his own discovery later in his life, which was in Russia. He didn't know it, but it was. And that's another thing I mentioned about why Alexander Marx described the American Civil War as what did he say exactly?
Second revolution.
Yeah, the second revolution for the proletariat. And Russia was metaphysically aligned with, despite its internal politics and the whole situation there, for some metaphysical kind of reason, Russia was aligned with Lincoln, and which was beyond the liberal dogmatism of British liberalism.
Yeah, because one of the things, Wyndham Lewis talks about is like the centralizing leader, the tyrant. He meant when he's describing them, he's like, Pierre the Great, King Frederick the Great, all the greats basically, and he's like a good American president. I was like, I kind of laughed at that one. I said, there's a little joke there, but like that is true. That wasn't Lincoln figure. He was a centralizing tyrant, basically bringing the hinterlands of the country, into itself. You could look at him that way. You could see him as modernizing despots.
The Civil War can warrant a conversation for. Doesn't Ed live in the South, Ed Berg?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably talk to him a lot about the Civil War too, if he would ever come on. But
I'm sure.
Yeah. But yeah,
I talked to Ed quite a bit. I'll tell him I had a good time.
Oh, really?
He should come on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, he'd be great to have on. Yeah, but what I was saying is like, it's interesting that paradox of the Civil War, that contradiction, because Lincoln was this kind of person, the Vendee, right? The American Vendee against the South. But then there's also this strange, ambiguous element of, for example, the populists who came after the Civil War. A lot of them they were based in the South, and it was kind of a rebellion against the Northern industrial, the demand for land reform and all these kinds of things. This is why I don't necessarily see Lincoln as a figure of brutalizing modernity against tradition. I think this is something I've discovered that has been so enlightening to me. It's the real history is never this. It's never when the modern comes and destroys the archaic. It's that the archaic evolves into some grotesque monstrosity that is fundamentally modern. The Confederacy. The Confederacy, slavery had been in America for hundreds of years, but by the time the Confederacy came to be, it was fully modernized. It wasn't some vestige of the past. Some terrifying specter of some terrifying possibility of a bad, in the bad sense, alternative modernity was represented by the Confederacy. And so in a sense, this is really bad taste. It's really bad taste to say. But in a sense, Lincoln redeemed the true Southern tradition, which is not slavery, not in the sense of slavery, but just in this vague sense of countryside. You know,
That's an agricultural region, agricultural state.
And other examples of this are the French Revolution is another example I point to. People don't see the French Revolution was archaeo-futuristic because what was their idol? It was neoclassical Rome, Greece, and so on. They wanted to return to these roots, you know, and then as opposed to French absolutism was again this grotesque. Same thing in Prussia. That's the whole history. The whole history of Germany can be condensed in what I'm saying here. It's about this new grotesque modernity. And then in Russia, you have sorry, I'm pronouncing this wrong. Stolypin, his reforms.
I can't pronounce anything Russian, so don't worry.
Yeah, Stolypin. The Tsarist Russia was becoming like this, you know. And then obviously Nazism is the ultimate example of this grotesque monstrosity that is fully modern. It's not a vestige of the past. That's
absolutely.
Like the battle between the modern and the past, it's not always progressive versus reactionary necessarily. It's always that what we thought was the vestige of the past is turning into some terrifying modern, you know.
I hate to quote him, but Trotsky, the one essay I did really like, stuff of his I've read where he talks about fascism, is the part where he calls it like the vomit. He said this is the reactionary excrement. He said of a modernizing society that has like come up, that is it's just caked in it. Where he has this line where he's like, we have people flying like the most advanced planes in the world, but they wear magic amulets. We have movie stars, you know, spend all day in front of cameras, who then go to an astrologer who looks into a crystal ball. We have this mingling of, you know, the very archaic and the totally modern in one place at one time, and this is the sort of degeneration of it. This is like the cancer of that trend of the very old and the completely modern as one.
And you know, the vomit.
That's his diagnosis of Nazism, like specifically, where he's like, this is the ancient and the most modern as a cancer. And
it's like, if you think of it in terms of the Leviathan or whatever, it's almost like you have this satanic demon or something that comes and swallows these traditions and stuff, and it spits out at the other end, so that it didn't begin with the traditions, it began with the evil modernity or whatever. And that this is just, you know, in one of my works that I'm working on now, the way I put it was that, speaking about the Prussian state, is that it was thrown into the adobe of substance. Things that were the vestige of the past were repurposed in this fully modernizing way, so that the premise where it begins is no longer this truly ancient past. It's a purely Cartesian modern subjectivity that's merely instrumentalizing or justifying rationally these kind of things, you know?
Yeah. I was just thinking with the Leviathan, this just popped in my head. The Leviathan is like one of the pagan gods who sort of left over and makes an appearance in the Bible. It was the god of some other civilization that the Hebrews encountered or assimilated. And there's Agamben writes about the Leviathan's like role and then Behemoth and Leviathan, who of course Hobbes, but also Schmidt. He uses a lot.
Schmidt is. I know he's a Hobbes.
Yeah, but he uses Behemoth too, which is another one of these sort of pagan gods who appears. Yeah, who appears in the Old Testament. But apparently, in the Jewish ends of days, the faithful gather and eat the Leviathan and eat the Behemoth, and that is the food for like the faithful of the earth. Are these old pagan gods? They are sat down and are now food. And there's a very Agamben pulls a lot out of that.
You know, in the Quran, there's, instead of Behemoth, there's something called the Beast of the Earth, the Dabat al-Ard. And I wonder if that's a reference to Behemoth.
Maybe. Thing. But there's something. The slightly woo symbolic part of my mind is very into this idea of fascism as this hideous, this behemoth, this hideous mouth, this something that is ancient but has risen in a horrifying form, and then the idea that you can sit down and just eat it at the end of days.
Yeah. Well, I like to think of fascism more not as something ancient that risen, because I think of the ancient that's risen thing more of communism. I always think of that in terms of that's what Marx was about. Marx was.
This I just mean a totally like horror movie negative sense, where a monster from the past has reemerged in a more horrifying form than ever.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
But to me, I just locate that past in modernity itself, or possibly the Protestant Reformation. It's hard, It's tough. It's tough to locate where things begin, because you could actually make the argument that it begins with the Mongol universality, right? And that's how the Renaissance Italy got to know all of this kinds of things. Or you could say it began with the Crusades, with the Knights Templar talking to these strange mystical sects in the Holy Land. Or you could say it began with Islam, which you could say. But, or you could say it began with Christianity. And then, actually, I don't know if you can go, or Judaism,
No,
I don't know if you can go past Christianity, to be honest. In terms of yeah, sorry.
Oh no, this depends on what you're trying to prove, and also how loosely you're willing to interpret some things. Because sometimes, like, you read a philosopher and you're like, oh, he's talking shit historically, but he's building a great like explanation and myth and point about this that has a meaning beyond that.
Yeah.
But history-wise, maybe like I saw that review for Groy's Communist Post, but people were like, this is absurd history. I'm like, that's not the point of that book. The point of the book is not to give you a perfect history. The point it's philosophy.
Yeah.
It's not just this happened, this that. No, it's he's also, I think, disguising his opinions as other people's opinions, which has got to be one of the great.
Well, actually, I'm sorry to cut you off, but that is factually incorrect. So you should throw it. No, I'm kidding.
That's what people fucking are. Yeah. Latour, I think, says that everything went wrong around the time of the 30 Years' War. That's when he thinks Europe went terribly.
Latour is strangely woke in a lot of respects.
He will shock me sometimes. Yeah. I read one book for class, and I was like, geared up to hate it. And I kind of do, but I kind of love it too. There's stuff from there. I'm like, oh, that's fucking
What
good.
surprised me, I've read very little of Latour, but I saw some passages about the rise of modern astronomy and music. And what he had to say about those was really up my alley. Like, talking about the distinction between Bach and... Do you know what I'm talking about? Or
not really, no.
Yeah, I'm so stupid I can't recall exactly how he put it, but he put it in such a smart way that I was like, whoa, this dude's woke.
He's got some stuff like that in some turns of phrase.
Kepler and Ptolemy. If I'm pronouncing that right? Ptolemy?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Something about form. Something about breaking out of form. Something, I don't know. I won't. But yeah, Latour, he
talks about form and stuff a lot. And he also talks about, like, there's like almost this. He says something I like where he says aesthetics. He said is not just what things look like. He said aesthetics, if you go back to what the word means, he says means sensibility in itself.
Yeah, that's something I'm really big on too. Yeah.
He said also aesthetics. He said precedes everything. Everything starts with your senses, the sensibility. That's what he feels like. Everything goes from there. Yeah. And so part of his big thing is he says, I want to bring aesthetics into science, and that I want to bring sensibility into science.
Yeah, because the thing is that from a kind of modernistic perspective, sense and reason and all these things are separate. So the British were really trying to discover pure sense, raw sense. But that's not what the aesthetic means. The aesthetic doesn't mean the pure data in this robotic type way. Sense literally means as you are maybe embedded or instanced as a human, or as a rational being, or if you want a spiritual being, whatever you want. It's the sense you have in that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, sense doesn't mean raw sense of the raw data. Because, listen, this is the dogmatism from, again, English. For them, their ultimate object is the substance. It's simply a self-referential form of some kind. They can call that material or the idea. It's just some kind of form. So
Latour calls it Gnostic.
Sorry?
Latour calls that Gnosticism. He says a Gnostic heresy that took over in like the 1500s. And we've been doomed to be Gnostics ever since. That's his claim.
It does come from Gnosticism. You're right. It does. It really does. Which was a rebellion against Christianity, because Christianity was more grotesque in a good sense, though. Christianity was more Christ and suffering on the cross. There's no self-consistent form. It's a pure contradiction. And then Gnosticism was a reaction. It said, no, we want to go back to the Greek bullshit, basically.
He says that this Gnosticism, he said, was really atheism, and that this atheism basically took over Christianity, and Christianity then built the seeds of atheism within itself, and then became the sort of atheistic, Gnosticistic pseudo-religion that we all live in today, that we call liberalism. And that was the book of his I read, and I was like, that's pretty fucking good.
It's pretty, it sums it up pretty well. And that's Marx's view, too. That was 100%. I mean, Marx, when he wrote The Jewish Question, he said Christianity is the sublime thought of Judaism. And Marx's understanding of Christianity is 100% what Latour said, is this purely spiritual, purely forgetting this point of the contradiction. You know?
And Latour said that we have made matter spiritual and therefore cheapened both spirit and matter, and then we have tried to make spirit material and therefore cheapen both, again, matter and spirit and matter.
Literally, I could have written that. It's so consistent with my views. I could have written it. It's 100% what I think.
It's a short book. I think you'd dig it. It's just called The Lectures on Gaia.
I need to read that. Lectures on Gaia.
It's good. It's all on YouTube too, because he had the book's better because it's a bit longer, and also there's fun parts where he says like we need to start thinking about whose throats we need to slit. That's how he opens one of the chapters. And he's like, and I mean this literally.
We need to think about what?
Whose throats you need to slit. Whose throats you have to cut. And then he says like, I mean this completely literally. Like that's how he opens one of the chapters. He's like, there are people who have to die. And I'm like, wow, sure. Really?
Yo, whoa, he's about it then, you know.
It basically writes this insane Schmittian Catholic environmentalist book and brings in Lenin at once.
That's the thing bizarre. With Schmitt. I mean, sorry, that's the thing with Latour is that the reason I never got into him is because of his conclusion, you know, with the environmental stuff. I didn't like it, but he's coming from a woke place, I think.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going. Even he seems to say it too. And there's parts where he seems to almost chicken out or go for the easiest option. But then there's other parts that he hints at where he's like, if I really take this idea to its radical conclusion, terrible things may have to happen. Aren't terrible things happening already? I'm like, wow, it's sort of a revolutionary position.
Exactly. Yeah, on the money.
It's an interesting book.
Wow. I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something. I fucking hate how this happens. It was Latour. Fuck. Wow. No, wait, we were talking about Gnosticism. Before we were talking about Gnosticism. Like, right before we were talking about Gnosticism, it was... why were we talking about it in the first place?
Because we were talking about... I brought it up because we're talking about transhumanism and spirit and matter and, like...
We're talking about British... Universalism. Something about... Oh, yeah, the sense. The aesthetic. Yeah, what I just wanted to say with that was that... Yeah, like the it's just the dogmatism, like I said, of the self-relating, self-subsisting form, and that sense. So it's almost like it's a dogmatic type of aesthetic where there's only one kind of object. But if we move beyond the dogmatic aesthetic and have a real aesthetic, then the object is a contradiction. It's the unity of opposites, which is the oldest kind of spiritual insight of all civilizations. This idea of unity of opposites.
Because that's like I remember reading as a kid, like a teenager, I read like all this like occulty shit because I thought it was fun.
Can you? Sorry.
I remember like years later reading like Lenin, like decades later reading Lenin, being like, and he says like like dialectics is the unity of opposites, and I was like, oh, that was like the exact definition of magic I read.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, can you believe there's fucking snobby people who will tell you that dialectics is some dumb bullshit that Hegel pulled out of his ass? Literally every fucking culture and civilization on Earth said the same thing pretty much.
Yeah. It seems like when you start to read it, you're like, oh, this seems like a great formalization of, in a way, how we already see the fucking world in a lot of ways, where it's like contradiction. Like, what stands out? It's almost how our fucking eyes evolved, where it's like we can see green and things that are not green stand out against the green background because we're fucking fruit pickers or whatever, to go all evo psychology on people. But like, it just makes sense. I love when I see like really dumbass, especially like young conservatives, like on like Reddit or something, people post screenshots where it's like, it's like some anti-dialectics thing that's...
It's the British, man. The British are the most anti-dialectic. They hate dialectics. And they always mock it too, as though like, Why? Like I always think like, don't you understand that from a God's eye view, you look like a crazy person because everyone in history understood this, what Hegel's talking about, and then you came along. Don't you understand the burden of proof is on your crazy shit? Like, where did that come from?
I think it's where the Anglo race chauvinism thing comes in.
Yeah, the purity of the Anglo.
Yeah, you got some serious self-belief to like, let's discount all others thought.
No, I literally think of Anglos, like on this deeper level, whatever, as crazy, like as literally insanity. They've like, you ever play the game? Fuck, I don't know. I don't know if we do. You have much more time or?
I've got a bit of time. Oh, it's not that late here. It's just I literally got up at like 5 p.m.
Oh.
And I like eat breakfast at some point.
Oh man, yeah, and I got to eat as well, so we should probably wrap it up pretty soon. Yeah. But I'm saying this because I was just gonna mention the game Bloodborne.
Oh yeah.
Which you could talk about for hours. You could talk about that game. I literally have mastered that game in and out, and it's so beautiful. Like in terms of like philosophically or whatever. And I have such an emotional attachment to it, I don't touch it. I literally won't play the game. I won't touch it because
it's become this pure object now.
Exactly. That's what it's become for me. Because like I have a sentimental attachment to listen, Kojima's perspective. I see it as an Asian critique of European modernity. I find it so beautiful. Bloodborne. It's literally Death Stranding is my favorite game ever. Obviously, you know that because I sent you that fucking 30-page tirade or whatever.
I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was good. Yeah, I thought it was great.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
I got totally burnt out and just did not play Death Stranding anymore, and so I was like, I can't write anymore.
Man. I played it and like I actually ended up playing it and like I became so enthusiastic and like fucking high from playing it.
I love the look of that game, though. Like the
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I loved it. And
I love how sentimental it is too. I'm like, it's almost like the Rush reviews. Like everyone's just crying all the time, and I'm like, don't you want to cry in a beautiful field in the future and contemplate, just desolation for a while?
Listen,
Why
man,
not?
like I didn't cry, but like my heart cried when I was playing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, playing Death Stranding, it literally, listen, it came at such a beautiful time, November 2019. Yeah. It's like, I felt like the game summed up a conclusion, the spirit of the epoch, of the era. To me, like, Death Stranding was the culmination of an age or an era. I don't know when this era began. Maybe it began in 2000s or maybe it began in the post-war period. I don't know, but it felt like catharsis.
Yeah, he somehow created a poetics of Uberization.
It's happened. The coronavirus fucking that shit. Listen, that shit blew my fucking mind.
Yeah,
coronavirus hit because I was in the Death Stranding mentality. I was like, this is our world. I have to think to myself though, like in November, why was I thinking this is our world when it didn't happen until recently,
Yeah. Well, because it's like I remember thinking Death Stranding is the future because I'm like everyone's indoors, you don't even see them, you see their holograms, and you're delivering shit to them.
Your thing, the pod and eat bugs thing that you wrote.
Yeah, that's what I saw. But I think we're all like people were talking about that shit. We're just extending it from the fact we live in our houses and then don't go out except to work or whatever. So we're living there, but coronavirus just made it like literal. It made it so total and so like. There's an interview with Groys. There's a podcast where Groys gets interviewed about coronavirus, and he's like, it already existed. Like this lifestyle, this everything, it's already
he's
here.
Right. He's 100% right, and that's why I somewhat entertain. I never believed, but entertained conspiracy theories, because it's like, come on, this on the nose. Coronavirus was this convenient to usher in this.
I think it's when my mom went crazy. She went from being just her weird self to being all QAnon and stuff, and I'm like, I can't quite blame her because first it was like Epstein shit. She was like, so wait, there are pedophile conspiracies. And I was like, oh, yeah. And then this happened, and she's like, fuck it. All bets are off. And she picked, her conspiracy. But a lot of people are having that journey right now because it's too perfect. It's too good.
Yeah, it's too convenient.
I watched an interview with Whitney Webb. There's Tim Dillon Tim Dillon's a comedian interviewed Whitney Webb, who works for like Mint or Grey Zone or one of those type of indie news things. But she had this interesting thing where she was reading these Silicon Valley documents things that were presented to the government. I think to Rubio and his shit. Rubio's insane Catholic shit aged well too, because he was talking about, we'll build, a techno Catholic state. Like maybe he could, maybe why not? We could have his crazy dictatorship for all this, but those Silicon Valley things are basically saying like China will lead the world in AI innovation because they have more people, so they can harvest more information because you need information to basically to feed the algorithms and build these models. And it's like,
not to cut you off. Hold that thought. That's Maoism, by the way.
Yeah.
The numbers, right? Maoism's all about more people is better. Is superior.
Yeah.
Militarily, everything. But yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
It's true. AI is proven. It's techno-Maoism right there. AI Maoism. Which there are people trying to develop strange ideas like that. So they could have a planned economy, again, more efficient and more decentralized too, because it'll just be nodes and shit. So the Silicon Valley shit is like, so how can America compete? America can compete partially because our international businesses can harvest data from all over the world. It's like, but what we do is we have more in-depth surveillance, more granular surveillance. The Uberization, the whole gig economy thing is a fantastic way to speed like picking up information, because every single fucking thing you do is mediated through an app. Every meal, everything comes through the app directly. Every hour with gamification can be tracked. Every second can be turned into a data point and then can be fed to AI. It's like, and that's how we can compete. And it's like, and so he said, like, basically, like, total surveillance gig economy state is the best way to compete. This is like national security. And there's a bunch of senators who are like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds right.
That's, you know, what's crazy in the conspiracy aspect of that is that now when you look at your phone and your app and your Facebook and everything, you can see that what Facebook is telling you, what Twitter is telling you, whatever's going on, this is all part of some 5-year plan.
Yeah.
But in China, it's just explicit, you know? And that's why China is the last truly democratic state, because it's actually explicit there and they don't hide it. But we have a 5-year plan here too, it seems like, you know?
I think there must be, you know, people talk about the deep state or whatever. When you read about the Pentagon, where it's like the Pentagon's like, we're going to have to fight in mega cities. We're going to have to, and then what? Basically they're saying like, we're going to have to invade Nigeria. China apparently is the gist of that. Or fight insurgencies within New York. That was their other like doomsday scenario.
I saw the Zebellion thing that Ed said, I think. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, like there's all that shit, but you get the sense that there was a very unified plan being planned by a bunch of probably very old guys in some fucking Pentagon bunker saying where it's like, we need total surveillance state, or we have to, you know, do this in cities.
And honestly, the only reason I believe that is because in China they have 5-year plans where they do make these plans explicit, and they say, you know, we want to strive to this as a society. We're going to do this. We're going to distribute this across all of the organs of our SOEs and all the private companies and local. And, you know, it's actually, I'm not going to veer off. China's a very localistic society. Yeah. If you're really a true libertarian, I hate this word. I hate it so much. You should admire China because it's like that. Yeah. Self-governance, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's why I believe it's here, because if China's doing that, and if it's possible to do that, then in order for America to even exist, it needs to counter that somehow. And, you know, it needs to...
You should definitely talk to Ed, because Ed was going back and reading shit from the 30s. Like, there's an American book that was very influential, just called, like, Why We Must Plan. And the front cover is a picture of, like, North American continent with, like, a grid over it. And that's from like, the 30s, like a New Deal type of thing. I think we must and have to have that type of shit, because we know we do militarily. We know America plans the shit out of all these fucking military actions and shit we're doing. They must plan. They probably plan everything else, and even the military has said before, like, you know, everything is national security. Economics is national security. And China had your 5-year plan things was amazing, where it says like, because economics is national security, economics is also war. And basically, it's like, if they basically put out documents saying assassinations on the table, like bumping off stockbrokers and shit. And I was like, that's fantastic. This was years ago. It may have just been a threat or just a thought experiment, but I like that they made it in public. It was a nice little, like, it was great.
Yeah, it's socialism, man. You know, economy is subsumed to the political as a whole. Yeah. You know? And the political means war, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's the Mao thing where he's like, you know, politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed, or whatever.
Exactly.
Where's war? Yeah, I think that's the little
That's
formula.
why, you know, so we probably I have to go. Like, maybe say 5 minutes is good.
Yeah, let's do 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
We have food.
Yeah, I gotta eat too. I'm starving, and I gotta use the bathroom. So, Jameson's Universal Army, I think, is the most underrated American Marxist book.
That was one of the first ones I read when I was getting like, I'm gonna get woke on Marx stuff. So I think Amazon algorithm, I think, hilariously gave me that book, and I read the description like, oh, that sounds interesting.
I was anticipating it when I first heard it was gonna come out, because I was on that. I was already like there when it comes to that idea of socialism as an army. That was my. That's how I viewed it. You know, I viewed. Yeah, but now that's led me down a lot of rabbit holes. Like this idea of universal armies. What does that mean? You know, because you can interpret it literally as the U.S. Army will become a socialist organ, but you can also interpret it in the sense of there's a growth of armies, of new kind of this new political form beyond parties, which are they're literally almost sometimes called cyber armies, right? New authoritarian states have them, and they come from the ground up. Bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, he has one, but then also Russia obviously has one. We all know about that one. Yeah. Xi Jinping, and that was another thing with him. That's his cultural revolution, is his online armies.
Yeah.
So this,
and I think I personally think QAnon is like, I think it is mostly a homegrown.
The American one, yeah.
But I also think that the government, why the hell wouldn't they push a conspiracy theory that's about honoring the president as basically a god?
Yo, in our older video, though, episode 1, I called QAnon a bitch conspiracy theory.
I saw that. I watched I was skipping around.
Because it is this thing where it's like, like, oh, well, President Trump and, like, it's like a movie, a Hollywood movie. Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, it restores the order as is,
Yeah, like I was talking to my mom trying to be like, this is stupid, because I'm like, well, like, isn't it really convenient that everyone in conservatives thinks is good is actually like angelically good, and everyone thinks they think is bad is actually satanically evil? I'm like, isn't that just kind of, doesn't that strike you as a little artificial? That narrative, how perfect it is, how like it maps directly to political lines, and she's like, no.
And the reason a lot of the QAnon stuff, Q is there's a site, there's something going on there, you can't dismiss it, 100%. But the video I saw specifically of the QAnon video, the main one, what is it called? Where it's like a movie trailer or something, I forget.
I know of it. I haven't had the heart to watch it.
Yeah, yeah. It's the thing I find about it so pathetic is it's not even redeeming an old American state. It's saying the bad apples came like after Bush, so it's pretty much Bush era. That's the good that we lost, was the Bush era from 2004, pre 2008. That's what I find so pathetic. It's like, come on, if it was the 80s, I would understand. If it was the 50s, I would understand. If it was fucking the 20s, maybe I'd understand. Or if it was 1776, maybe I'd understand. Bush era, that's your.
Here's my new conspiracy theory. Okay, so did you ever see that video that fucking Rob Reiner made with Morgan Freeman?
No, I didn't.
Okay, you should find that. In 2016, Rob Reiner put out this fucking video narrated by Morgan Freeman, where Morgan Freeman's like, in 2016, he basically says, like, Russia invaded America. Is I think how it opens. Like, Morgan Freeman says that, and he's like, Putin is basically he says Putin is a communist KGB agent who wants revenge for the fall of the Soviet Union. Trump is his agent that's going to destroy America. He put that out, which is like it looks like a movie trailer. And then at the end, he's like, this isn't a Hollywood movie, it's real life, blah, blah, blah. The QAnon thing was this like fake movie trailer for the Bush era. It sounds so similar, because it turned out the people who were involved with Rob Reiner in making that little video were ex-Bush staffers, like some of his like little intelligence people. So it would be hilarious if both QAnon and that were some horrible Bush dynasty plot to bring back
the Bush rabbit hole, Prescott Bush, right?
Yeah, to bring back like their version of neoconservatism.
Or even maybe Nazism, if you want to go down the rabbit hole. Because Prescott Bush, the businessman's plot and shit.
And if you read, there's that book, Family of Secrets, about the Bush family history. Their history really starts during the Civil War.
Oh, Civil War, really?
Yeah. They were like Quaker ministers and stuff, but one of the Bushes broke from his father and said, I don't want to be poor, basically, as we said, and became eventually a high-ranking naval intelligence officer during the Civil War. And from then on, was basically involved with intelligence in the U.S. military as like a dynastic thing from then on until the creation of the CIA.
Wow.
So their like history is really, again, you start to go a little crazy, you start to go Illuminati, whatever, but it just makes perfect sense that a bunch of rich assholes would continually.
That's why I like True Detectives, because with the Tuttles and shit, I think he kind of was on the nose about how that shit works.
Yeah, that's just a bunch of fucking family members hiring their cousins endlessly.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
But I think we passed the 5 minutes, so I think this is probably the best. You know why this is a good place to end? because we got ourselves out of the big rabbit holes, like what we were talking about before are like endless rabbit holes. We managed to escape them, and now we're on the other side of the tunnel. It's the perfect time to end.
We did. We went full circle because we started with talking Roosh and shit. Now we ended with this weird conspiracy shit.
Yeah.
But this was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me
on. Listen. This is like our second episode, so I can't say you're the best guest I've ever had on. But like, I'm speaking for myself in the future. That's what I'm going to say now. You know what I mean? By like, let's say we actually do get more than 2 views or something. Yeah, you were literally awesome though. No, I'm serious. Like, you were really great to have on. Great to talk to. You're somehow even way better than I expected. Because I thought I always knew you were going to be really interesting to have on and talk to, but you exceeded my expectations way more. Because like on the internet, sometimes people who are really brilliant, they don't really know how to talk well, right? They can't express their views through talking, but you do that in such an excellent and articulate manner, and I'm so glad for it.
I think I'm a better talker than like a tweeter, honestly.
I actually think you are. You really are. To be honest, you are. Yeah. Like you make you make sense already, but like you make a lot more sense when you talk, I think.
Yeah. I think through talking and waving my hands around. So yeah. If you ever want to have me on again, I totally come on. It's fun. I love talking.
That'd be awesome, man. I definitely will probably have you on again sometime.
Yeah, totally. And I'll tell Ed I had a good time and that he should go on because I would like to see you and Ed talk about like planification and like.
Yeah, I love that, man. He's so interesting too. And do you also want to plug in your Twitter for my 2 views?
Oh yeah. Go to Cocky Duty with 3 O's.
And I'll link your thing in the description, and then I'll also message you. We have a Twitter, actually. We have our own Twitter. I followed you, actually, I think the other day.
Okay, I'll check it.
Yeah, so when this is done, we'll put it on the Twitter, and I'll also tell you when it's done so you can, see it, or if you want, share it,
Yeah, I will. This was great.
That'd be awesome. Awesome, man. Right. So, really good conversation.
Yeah, we should
hopefully, talk again. Hopefully I'll talk to you again sometime.
Okay. Have a good one.
You too.
See ya. Bye.